ship design, proven in thousands of battles, combining decent firepower, high speed, and respectable survivability. Estimated dimensions, 1.6 km in length, 0.3 km abium at the fins, approximate. Estimated tonnage, 6 megatons, approximate. Estimated number of souls, 26,000, approximate.
I thought it would be more. Anyway, good evening everyone. Today we're back. Honestly, I'm really tired and a fair bit late. Hey, we're here. At this point, that is the basic thing you should be happy about. I'm actually alive and I'm actually streaming again today. But anyway, we are diving in. We probably are going to come to a boss fight today. And the big question is this.
Hey, what's that?
Oh, already a mine. Okay, fair enough.
What is that?
Another one.
They will see.
Oh, come
Oh
on.
yes, they all will see.
Broken what? You got broken?
The whispers told me how.
Okay, that's annoying. The first thing we do is break a trap, and the trap wounds you. Okay, do we actually have anything that can pump up warp lore? Plus all to all lore. To be fair, I want to keep that because I kind of like that one. What? Enemies within the wearer's area of attack suffer minus gain dodge. Okay. We can switch out probably that one, Medicae. Death Assassin, Coercion, Dash Kick. Oh no. They start here. Reload. Bleeding. Imperium lore. Opportunity. Start of the turn, the wearers recover equal wounds of the number of bleeding creatures. If it's at least one wound recovered. Anyway, one fresh injury is removed from the wearer as well. Okay. Temporary review. Conviction. Automatically wins conversion. Controlled shot, dodge, scope. If the target has 8 more action points, okay, yeah, no. It's a solid one, but it's not something. Armor penetration, Medicae, temporary roof with stimulants, plus to all skill tests. That is Lore Imperium. I think this is the best one we have.
The fetters that hold the victims are designed in such a way as to increase suffering. There is no doubt that torment is one of the elements of a dark ritual.
Okay, so we could put up. No, we're not taking any more of that. Why are we not taking any more of that? Simple. I don't want any other. This is a pure pyromancer. We're not doing anything more. Inflicts intimidation. Reduce the damage dealt by intimidation. The enemy is reduced by 8%. Negative effect is doubled for enemies with less than 50% armor. Joint analysis. Until the operative's next turn, all allies attacks remove exploit. Cover proficiency, precise attack. The first attack affected. For the next attack against a target affected by exploit, the target's tactical knowledge. The operative removes one cell. If there's only one enemy in the area, operative removes all exploits from that target. All allies gain exploit removed percentage damage until the end of combat if it's 4 or more. If 4 or more exploits are removed, the operative gains exploit times 2 removed damage until the end of... You know what? We're going with that one. Intelligence. Okay. Abelard. Bulwark. Until the next turn, the vanguard gain deflection against range attack equal to the number of... Okay. Follow my lead. Sworn enemy. Sworn enemy, I guess. And we put toughness, willpower, agility. You're a really well-rounded up. Oh, I take it back. Transline grants choosing Stratton area for 1 round. Allies gain cover efficiency, rerolled failed characteristics test. Target area. Target area bonuses are doubled. Okay, yeah. Weapon skill. Strength. Perception. Toughness. Weapon skill, I guess. Idra! Idra is the character we don't really care about when it comes to a lot of these things. Because she is everything and a bit more, let's put it that way. Until the end of the Psyker's next turn, all allies affected by the wearer of enter increase deflection by 2 and armor. Purge souls. Xenos, 100% damage against Chaos Worshipper with Drukhari, 150 against demons, and by all the taken damage. You know what? We're going with that one. Yeah, we're going with that one. Fellowship. Perception. Perception, I guess. Okay. We have... Oh, you have fatigue. Okay. Fatigue stack 1, permanent... Break their ranks. This ability can only target ally who made an enemy adjacent to them until the end of the officer's next turn. All melee attacks made by the target deals equal to 4 multiplied by the number of adjacent enemies. If the target is under voice of command, they immediately makes an attack of opportunity against enemies. Get back in the fight. Okay. I actually have... Yeah. So we actually have something that... Is it get back in the fight or break through the ranks? We have something with that. This has to be one of the more annoying things. The wearer single attack on openings. Okay, that's actually that looks like an Urukai one. I'm not wrong, am I? That looks like a helmet from Lord of the Rings, an Urukai. Oh my god, I'm such a nerd. At this point, I'm living with it. But I'm not wrong, am I? That looks really like an Urukai helmet. That means that we can actually... Yeah, that means... you... Yeah, that means you're going to hurt even more. Great. Was it shoes or was it hands or was it a backpack? That's dash and charge. That is slash. Onslaught medkit. Dodge against attacks of opportunity. Blood oath. Area of attacks. Kick. Momentum. Hot on the trail. Medicaid? Each time the wearer uses a medkit, it provides additional 10 temporary wounds. There's a few things I might be planning to do on my next playthrough. I've seen a lot of synergy with the next character I'm going to make is probably going to be a character that focuses on medkits, an officer, and healing character. It might be an arch militant, or it might be an officer. It might be an officer into arch. I don't know if officers can get into arch militant, but yeah. Fire rate, persuasion, combat tactics. Combat tactics? Taunting scream. Attack of opportunity. Removes toxin. The wearer gains get back in the fight ability that costs 0. Okay, that's actually interesting. But is it worth sacrificing one officer? Or one range on the officer? Whenever perform on desperate measure, they gain 2 AP, 6 movement speed, and 6 temporary wounds. Yeah, I'm not finding the one I want. You know what? Let's slap this on. A Commissar's Cloak. Break their ranks. Ability gain 1 bonus to deflection for each adjustment. Okay. Voice of command. This makes that attacks during the extra turn deal 27% more damage. So here is one of the things that annoys me immensely. If I click on J and I click on archetypes, maybe... Oh, it's because I switched in between there. It's still annoying. Voice of command. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. Break their ranks. Finish the job. Can be used on enemies with unfinished business. Applies monster tactician. Must have less than. Okay. We're taking break their ranks. Why? Pretty simple. because Break Their Ranks has more synergy than anything else in there. Blood Oath. Blood costs 31 wounds. This is one of those things. I know it's like gain a bit and lose a bit, but still. The blade does next attack against the selected cannot be dodged or parried. If the attack kills the target, the blade dancer regains 17 wound, gain an action AP along with an additional attack this turn. This ability can be used multiple times per turn, but it grants +1 and additional only once per turn. You know what? We're going with Veil. Okay. Oh my god, it's a full essay for this ability. We're picking strength for you. Okay. I've been streaming.
Patience. Oh, my nerves are frayed.
Pressure control panel.
Access received.
Oh, what an amusing attempt at defiance.
Okay, we took out a fair bit of them, but it's not that great, honestly. Pascal goes first, then Word Bearer. Okay, so we are actually going to do this. We are going to fall back and make use of the case of a choke point. I think that is the best thing we can do.
Cogitation fails.
Put up front there.
My vow is to serve.
And we missed. Too bad. Dum, 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 dum. Can't really have any targets otherwise. Okay.
There is only death, yours or mine.
Why? Front line, mark this. All allies in the front line gain armor and all. Okay, so we have Chaos Space Marine in the back there. And then Corrupt Rostalker, Cultist. In fact, we wounded a lot of them. Then it's Idra, then it's Jay. Okay, yep. Why can't
No,
I attack?
I would that I could.
Why can't I attack? Disarm. Oh, the fucker disarmed me, of course.
Trust me. My blade whispers your name.
What the fuck was that? What? Oh my god! That weapon is huge.
I shall not fail. Let your soul be purged.
Okay.
Trust me.
Okay. Okay, great.
On it. Will do. But of course. Anything else? Was that you? Or on it?
Insects begin crawling under your skin.
You've got a problem? I've got a prize.
Okay. This is really interesting. So I guess we'll start with this one.
Schemes.
And then we just do this. 400 damage.
What if?
Don't get too cocky. Tell me, and it's Jai Haydari. Remember the name.
Okay. And we are doing that one on you as well.
Am I getting paid for this?
Oh fuck, we should have...
Don't get too cocky.
Missed it. Too bad. It came... Okay. Can I do this? Would be nice if I actually could. No, couldn't. Too bad.
Indeed. I will do my duty.
Abalon, you fucking beast.
At your beck and call.
Lord is my muse. Another stroke of genius. I brook no opposition. What? No. Oh. Oh, a tantalizing anomaly.
What? What was that? I don't know what I... Hidden door. Okay, fair enough. Seriously? It is one pixel away from actually being able to get hit.
Heavy is the tread of his faithful. Running binary call.
Pain soothes my soul.
Damage to book.
This goes against the tenets.
Goodbye, my friend.
As the tenets
Fair, you're not a friend.
come, the
You
other
just die.
side awaits. But of course.
Oh, we got a rending chain axe. Oh, that's nice. I still like.
In this
Why can't I get
tapestry
rust
of a
stalkers
world,
to have those
I
as?
am the rogue thread.
I want rust stalkers as party members. I will gladly take a rust stalker in the party. Or is Katari as well, honestly. Oh, that might actually be something. Pascal, where are you? You have plasma. Let's see what this plasma is. Might be a good plasma. Plasma. Here we have plasma. I picked up heavy plasma, rage fire plasma. The one I'm using is still better. I think that one sort in rage fire. The one I have is already better when it comes to it. Yeah, it has more damage, has 10 less armor pen, but at this point I don't think it's
Curiosity
going to make that
sings
much
in
of a
my
difference.
veins.
Okay, we have goods there. Don't mind if I do. We have goods here. Mine. And we have goods in the...
Unlocked.
There. That is an Astartes Flamer. Can't use that one. Because Alpha left us. Okay, we went side direction.
What lies beyond?
Okay, so what bombs are these? These are demo bomb.
The web serves. My visions showed this path, and many others.
This is the most fiddly little shit I know. And this is the sole reason I understand why people have a certain disdain for this game.
Shame and dishonor. The Vizier, would he be proud? Am I?
One
And you keep
step
getting
at a
head
time,
trauma, huh?
Amidst the madness.
We need to equip Pascal with If the character has combat medic, field medic, talents restore wound increase by provided by these talents. Okay. Fresh injuries. Remove trauma. Why isn't there a really good med pack that actually has removed trauma
What
on it?
advice do you seek? This wound will make a fine scar.
Do you think my body was suffering?
Let's patch you up.
Thank you.
Toughness is a thing that is really, really fiddly, because toughness actually requires health. Oh, it's this. It's this fucking room. I remember this shit.
There will be no peace in my wake.
I have a feeling that the Lord Captain's involvement in Incendia Chorda's downfall will not soon be forgotten.
Oh, quit your worrying, old man. Fon Valancius and Chorda have always been gunning for each other. One was bound to...
Locked. Locked.
Okay, so that is locked, so we can't go there. So that means we need to go through these doors here. Okay.
They will see. Oh, yes, they all will see.
Okay, corrupted cogitator.
Something is moving on. You know enough to determine exactly what happened to the machine. Glitchy projectors, otherworldly sounds from...
Yeah.
Perhaps if you can extract the data crypt. The eye-like sparks are yellowish-orange in color, but you are pretty sure this monitor cannot display such a vivid hue.
Examine
The
roll.
cogitator does not react to the buttons. The data crypt is in place, but its slot is protected by 2 rows of metal claws growing straight out of the cogitator's casing. They flex under your scrutiny, clutching the device even tighter.
Deactivate the cogitator.
When you reach for the power shutdown lever, the growling from the depths of the machine intensifies and the screen starts filling with red. Your hand stops 1 centimeter away from its goal.
I need your assistance. Assistance of the servants of the Omnissiah.
The tech priest starts chanting an infrasound litany that makes you feel slightly nauseous and approaches the cogitator. He places his hands on the control panel in one smooth motion and starts performing sacred manipulations. Most of the Magus's actions are a total mystery to you, and you watch as he flips toggle switches and ritually taps several relays while drawing protective symbols over others. At last, when the rituals are complete, your companion withdraws a cord from the folds of his red vestment and plugs it into one of the sockets. A discharge surges along the cable, making the tech priest flinch and filling the air with the smell of burnt wiring, but the cogitator obediently shuts down, erasing the... Something is moving on the
Okay.
The molten rock is
Patience.
radiating tremendous
My nerves
heat.
afraid.
The surface bubbles and hisses softly as if the magma were incinerating the very air you breathe.
Let us seize the moment.
Tom Catan's warning of the Omnissiah's this unshakable tenets of the Adeptus Mechanicus is hidden from the eyes of a layman. Special binary cipher only anointed tech priests can divide in this game. Okay.
Curiosity sings in my veins. What lies beyond? Oh, what curiosity unveils itself before me?
Locked. Locked.
This galaxy is my playground.
Dead know nothing, and neither do the ignorant.
Okay. We go over here.
Something ominous lurks ahead.
No shit, Sherlock. Okay.
I am your shadow. Death walks with me. Just as I was taught, just as he ordained. The Vicia, would he be proud? Am I?
There will be no peace in my wake.
We did not take part in this battle, huh?
The anvil, covered with the inscriptions and symbols of chaos, is designed for the work of one person, a forge master who is capable of creating sorcerous components used in complex machines.
They will see. Oh yes, they all will see.
Well, yeah. That is a bit of a spoiler, but that is actually one of the companion quests for Ulfar.
Unlocked.
Successful.
In the shadows of the Imperium's ignorance, my genius blossoms. Oh, how they fear the brilliance that eludes their narrow vision. Patience! My nerves are frayed.
The Manufactorum has been completely converted from rock and metal processing to a much more sinister purpose. The lines have been set up to manufacture shells for demon engines.
I could have told you that without needing to go to that one, but yeah.
One step at a time, amidst the madness.
Hey. The thing is, I want to loot. There's a reason why my first playthrough was... playthrough was probably the most accurate to me how I want to play this game.
Unlocked.
Success is an irrefutable certainty.
Whenever three or more targets hit with one attack, those suffer what? Suffer what? Int bonus. Target damage. Okay.
What lies beyond?
Would you look at that? The whispers told me a secret.
Just as I was taught.
Hey, what's that?
Oh, for fuck's sake. We're having one of these fucking labyrinths again.
I have a different perspective. A mere This failure shall not define me.
Next
Light of terror.
playthrough.
Guide our
The massive cage is empty. Its bars bear slashes made by massive claws.
My next playthrough might be as a Magus Biologist. Install the mod to play as a...
Your seneschal is always there for you. Let me help.
Oh, take my transient gratitude.
Why?
Curiosity sings
Pretty simple.
in my veins.
Actually having... To be fair, it's so rough to actually get fairly high awareness, to be fair. I don't know. I'm having contemplations on what I want to play next on this, because I'm actually really enjoying this immensely. So I'm trying to figure out what I actually want to do next. A dogmatic playthrough is the next logical choice, but yeah. Heals bonus damage with 100%. Target with burning effect. Successful attack. Also inflict liquid flame.
My victory was predestined, for you were outnumbered. You are a handful of fools who worship a dead fallacy. I have the Great Four on my side. May they revel in the blood that spills from the veins of heathens. You are late, Octavia the Fire Axe. Your allies have fallen. Perhaps it's time to admit your defeat? If you do, I promise... No, I won't promise you anything. Whatever you choose, you will die a slow and excruciating death.
Really now? You're threatening me? I have gone through your armies like a knife through butter, and you're threatening me. Oh, it's Conrad.
The suave whisper blossoms in your head again, an echo of words that were never said and yet are as old as time. The moment has come for the truth to be revealed, child of the dawn. Speak the final name to fulfill what was foretold. Sameth, I will await our meeting.
Look at the fallen space wolves.
The wounds left by Eurolon's blows are dire, but the Emperor's angels are known for their hardiness. You have arrived just in time to stop the profane sorcerer from finishing them off.
Fanatic, heretical, Sametha.
The wrath in Eurolon's eyes gives way to surprise, then triumph.
You speak the name of the Third Dawn. You have come to me not as a thrall to the corpse emperor, but as a servant of our master. If that is so, I will not fight you, and instead will allow you to share the great honor of spilling the blood of false believers in a sacred ritual. What? What is the meaning of this? Silence, Brother Twilight. I was asking the one who walks the thread of daybreak.
Eurolon addresses you again.
Will you accept the honor and spill the blood of fools who blindly believe in a false god?
I'm not your lord's servant, and I'm certainly not going to obey a wretch like Lunos. Blood will be spilled here, save yours. Spill the blood. Wink at Conrad mockingly, yeah.
All but choking with frustration, rage, and confusion, Conrad merely clenches his jaw until it cracks and stares daggers at you without daring to defy the sorcerer.
Spill the blood of the defeated weaklings. Just that and nothing else. I will gladly make that trifling sacrifice. I must admit I expected more from the Emperor's angels.
A ferocious roar interrupts you. Overcoming their grievous wounds, the space wolves, all of them, rise to their feet.
Yep.
They are headed by Thorvald, who looks at you as if you were a walking lump of rotten flesh.
Yep.
His blood-smeared face is contorted in a grimace of furious contempt.
Yep.
The sorcerer touches some unholy amulet and the haze of a protective field envelops him and Conrad.
Child of the Dawn, I will not interfere, for this is a sacrifice you must make on your own.
I don't
Fulfill
like
your
this.
destiny.
I don't like
May
this.
the pious receive the gift of sacrifice.
Okay, so for those who don't know, me personally, I like Space Wolf, I hate word bearers. I am now siding with word bearers. I fucking hate that. Because word bearers are the scum. They are the most backstabbing of every single one of them. That's what annoying me with them, honestly.
Here we go
Okay.
again.
I smell the prey.
Okay. Pascal, okay. So these, what do they have? They have fresh injuries, powerful kick. Okay. Jay is getting in cover. You're actually going to stand out. Abelard is sticking where he is. And Octavia is sticking there. Okay. Start battle. Going to start that. Plop down that zone there. I know. This is hurting me more than you can believe. Okay, and we put... You're just out of range for that. Okay. So, move up. And we're putting that on you. I want you to do it less damage.
My vow is to serve.
What is that? What is that? Emperor protects, gain temporary wounds for 2 rounds. Okay, fair enough.
Running by Heretical right. I am the wind that howls.
In the heart next time.
Kibella is...
Sons of Fenris never step back. No challenge is too great.
Victory is imminent. It will be done. At your beck and call.
Octavia already. Okay, that's actually kind of great. So, he with the flamer needs to go. He is priority 1 target here. Can I actually get... Okay, we need to move out here. Can I get 2 of those in 1? Yes, I can. Let's start with this. We are going to pop these guys up so they all have burning.
Oh, a genius at work. What if...
Then we're going to pop this. Pop this.
A wicked thought. Another one is shattered.
Okay. Kibella. He's going to dodge that.
The
Okay.
shadows will see it done.
200 damage.
As honor ordains.
Disarray. What are you getting? Disarray?
I shall not fail.
Or 40 burning. No, you still have 40 burning.
As the tenets demand.
The biggest thing was to get rid of the person that has a flamethrower. Because if we get rid of the person with a flamethrower, we can easily just stack up fire damage to immense levels.
Cuts and cracks appear on your skin.
Will do.
Okay.
You've got a problem, I've got a prize.
Goodbye.
Stop hitting me!
Advancing. Request approved.
Wait.
Activate force mode sacrament. The spiritual problem. The Omnissiah knows all. Comprehends all.
Okay.
The last of the Space Wolves is slain. Courage and fury are not enough to defeat fate, from whose threads your purpose is woven. The Space Marine's spilled blood covers the battlefield, slowly flowing together to form unholy patterns and blasphemous runes.
This was a worthy sacrifice, child of the dawn. The master will be pleased. Now take the final step and weave your thread forever into the ornament of the inescapable future. Explain yourself, Urlin. This is not what you promised. You said I would reign supreme. And now you're welcoming my enemy with open arms? I did not lie, brother Twilight, the hour that was promised to you has come. You truly do have a special part to play.
The Dark Apostle turns his gaze toward you and smiles. You feel a throbbing in your chest as the dark will that you have absorbed along with the blade shards reaches for Conrad's heart.
Stab Conrad without saying anything.
The GLYPHS carved into Voigtva's body by his cruel mentor are shining blindingly through his clothes.
I hate you.
With
Yeah.
a terrible effort, he squeezes his furious last words out of his blood-filled windpipe. The pernicious warp energies seep into his body, causing it to glow and flicker. With a mad cry of pain and exultation, Conrad Voigtva ceases to exist, and a mighty winged figure rises from his bloody remains.
It's not a keeper of secrets.
I behold you, edge of daybreak. Enter the transient realm of reality and rule it. The child of the dawn has spilt the blood of unbelievers and fools so that you can be incarnated right here and now. Glory to the truth. My imprisonment ends. I am made manifest. Rejoice, mortal witnesses, for I have come to lord over you.
The demon lets out a hoarse, cawing laugh.
I told you that you would welcome my return to reality. You have proven your loyalty, and so henceforth you will be my new prophet, child of the dawn. Now swear fealty to me, Voghyk Sameth, as you and your cult bow before me. You will possess secrets and knowledge balanced on the brink of oblivion, on the edges of futures that never came to pass. But there is another path that I see. One in which I become a desolating weapon in the hands of the champion of chaos. You should know that both paths, the one where our threads intertwine and the one where mine is cut short, will lead you to greatness and glorify the primordial truth. The choice is yours.
I will be the champion. I have endured too much to bow my head now.
The demon laughs raspily again.
So be it, child of the dawn. Reveal your essence and try to contend with the will of the Weaver of Destinies.
The battleground beckons.
Acknowledge your place in the great plan. Running by Heretical line. Request approved.
Okay, so what is it I need to do to deal with you in a good way? You have 95% dodge, 180 armor, reality breach, bolt of change, clawbrand, warp creature. Okay, fair enough. Do that for you.
On it.
This is going to be a battle of warp, I'm pretty sure.
Will do. But of course.
An otherworldly screech pierces your ears.
5. Okay.
Will
Enfeeble
do.
you as well.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones. I will do my duty. It will be done.
Haunting Stream. And
At your
indoor.
beck and call.
Tell me, and it is done.
Damn, Jade, you have a fuck ton of health. What is it? You have... Okay. I was going to say, don't we have like... Yeah, you have 13 resolve, you have 13... Oh, you have 1. Pascal has minus 13? Or minus 3? Okay. You need to actually increase the resolve of
Am I getting paid
at
for
least
this?
Kybella.
I can do that with the right incentive.
Schemes within schemes within schemes.
Okay, we have Kybella and then it's Octavia. Okay, so we want... We want this right now. Yes.
Don't get too cocky. You've got a problem. I've got a prize. I am your blade and shield.
How many do you have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay.
Living on the edge.
Missed that one. I knew I was going to miss that one, to be honest, so yeah. Cabela. Over here is one. One is here.
A
Okay.
dance of blades and shadows.
Let the blood of the wicked be shed as thou hast willed.
The shadows will see it done. Trust me. As on our old days.
300 damage. That's not bad.
As the tenants demand. Trust me.
Dodge that. Okay. Okay, we're going first with this one.
See?
Okay.
A wicked
An otherworldly screech pierces your ears.
a genius at work.
17. Yeah, the fire damage is not doing it enough, huh? 400 to 800 damage. Don't mind if I do, honestly. How much is this doing? Yeah, it's not doing enough.
Schemes within schemes.
Yeah, that took you down 2k almost.
Explorative no one route. Forward. The spiritual brothers. The order is contrary to dogmatic.
Pink horrors, and he teleports here, I think. Okay.
What is this foreboding? The whispers must be appeased. Anything else?
A gust of otherworldly wind brings the smell of rot.
Was that you? Or
Much resolve do you have now, Pascal? Because if you have minus resolve, what's the backside of minus resolve? You don't gain momentum. Okay, fair enough.
on it?
I will do my duty. Victory is imminent. At your beck and call.
Shadows start to bleed.
Get Attack each enemy that attacks the Vanguard in a... Additionally, until next turn, Vanguard always retaliates when attacked.
Me? Never in 1,000 sectors. I know what I'm doing.
Okay.
Usually.
You already have that on.
Am I getting paid for this?
I can't target Pascal with that one either.
Wanna see a trick?
A predictable downfall.
The mighty being is defeated. The warp energies gushing out of its disintegrating shell sweep over you like vile winds. Vorkheiksameth raises his monstrous head and fixes his gaze on you.
Okay, that is fucking OP. He had 5k, he just instantly died.
Child of the Dawn, your might is doubtless. Your path to greatness lies before you. But you should know that in order for the Weaver of Destinies to choose that exact path for you, you must not disclose your allegiance to the dark gods yet. Craft your first secret. Conceal that it was you who spilt the blood of the false believers. Lie and let fallen servants of the dark gods take credit for your acts. Gain fame as a champion, the smiter of heresy who has crushed the despicable apostates. And right now, allow the Golden Throne's agents to complete their clandestine machinations. In the end, you will reap what they have sown and your might will know no limits.
The demon beckons you with his clawed hand.
My time in real space is nearing its end. Come close and claim your reward.
At the demon's last gasp, blasphemous words slither into your ears, slide along the edge of your mind, and sink their teeth into your heart forever. The blood in your veins begins to boil as the corruption rises from it like steam, pouring out of your mouth and eyes, merging with the dissipating shell of the fallen demon, and taking on a new form. You are holding a relic of chaos, one imbued with the rage of Vorkheiksameth and molded by your very soul.
I stand in awe of you, champion. Overpowering the master, no puny mortal could have possibly done that. The primordial truth itself speaks through your deeds.
You will be next if you dare to stand in the way. I killed the one you were so eager to summon. I killed him before your eyes. And you did not even interfere, did you?
The master was testing you, I had no right to interfere. He beheld every path and he said himself that the Great Four had blessed each of those paths, therefore your deeds have the truth's blessing. You are a champion and I dare not oppose your will.
What now?
Remember the master's last words. Conceal the truth of what happened here, allow the servants of the false god to carry out their plan, and collect your due. We shall part ways for now, champion. I will lie low in the dungeons of Euphrates so that our enemies think I fell by your hand. But I shall resurface. Soon. Very soon.
Singer of fearsome sagas. Spells Space Wolf Cremator. What do Four-Biled Ironhide have then? Astartes Pistol, Astartes Chainsword, and Singer of Fearsome Sagas. Okay. I'm not a big fan of this, but hey.
The Voxcaster is producing nothing but static.
Hello, can you hear me?
Aishura's voice cuts through the static. We read you, Strike Team. This is Lift Control. Report your status.
Erlan is dead.
Aishura responds after a brief pause. Acknowledged, Strike Team. Beginning the extraction of the priority cargo.
Let them celebrate their trifling victory. Little do they know that the truth has already triumphed, in bringing forth a mighty champion.
Unseen to anyone but you, Eurolon's image surveys the bodies of two lean, scarlet-robed women lying on the floor.
The lot of the weak is to lay down their worthless lives to pave the way for the strong to ascend their thrones.
Eurolon bares his teeth.
How I long to see the moment when you cast off your mask as a hero of the Imperium and let your true power show. Your redoubtable reputation will make your betrayal all the more bitter and unexpected to the Corpse Emperor's servants. Do not lament the loss of your former renown, for a different kind will take its place, one more befitting a champion.
Tell me, was Conrad destined to be sacrificed all along?
His petty desires and ridiculous thirst for revenge obscured the truth from his eyes. He chose his sacrificial destiny himself when he strayed from the path charted for him and allowed his failures to make way for you, champion.
What are you planning to do next?
Wait. The Manufactorum's dungeons are vast. I will lie low in them and bide my time until the moment comes for me to appear before you in the flesh again. And while I wait, I will work on this world from the inside to prepare it to accept the truth when the time is due. One does not need armies to open the world's eyes, all it takes is to sow the seeds of corruption and wait for them to sprout of their own accord.
So what is the treasure you were looking for here?
Eurolon chuckles.
The Inquisitor's servants are raising it to the surface as we speak. The full extent of its might is unknown even to me. In the right hands, it will lay the foundation of a new era in which the Great Four will reign in the expanse as their champion's effort bears fruit. Your effort.
Eurolon nods toward the two corpses.
These priestesses knew about the weapon but perished before I was able to get the truth about its nature out of them.
You see no signs of violence on the two women's bodies, but their porcelain white skin proves without a doubt that they are dead. Their hands are clutched together in a death grip.
Examine the tech priest's bodies.
Something strange has occurred to the two women's augmatics. It is as if they have begun to grow inside their flesh, spreading webs of metal around them. After taking a closer look, you realize that every augment seems to have begun mutating, developing new forms and functions not envisioned by their creators. It seems probable that this is what caused their demise. Suddenly something clicks inside the body of one of the Omnisara's servants. Her eyes open wide. A cramp runs through her thin lips. Her lips twist in an arch. A single word escapes them.
Yoke.
She is still alive. Call the Medicae.
Reconstruction. Impossible.
The woman's whisper is barely audible, but the weak voice that is coming from her pale lips still sounds more alive than the mechanical hiss of a vox.
The shelter has fallen. The maimed hunter comes. Cessation of vital functions inevitable.
Her eyes momentarily roll back, but then a metallic chi inside her chest brings her back to consciousness.
Reading the unit's nospheric signature. No evidence of corruption registered in the algorithms. Detecting substantial logical disruptions within the augments. Threat level, low.
Inspect the tech priest's wounds.
There is not a single wound upon her white skin, but there is no doubt that she will soon perish. Her augmatics are failing as if they have been sabotaged by some entropic influence. For a moment you consider it a sign of tech blight, but then you refute the thought. What you are witnessing is not decay, but transformation of the matter from which the tech priest's true flesh is made.
Who are you?
Magus, Axiomantha Hanuman. That is my identifier.
Pasquale's mechadendrites snap up in a whirlwind of alarm, and the recorder in his vox activates with a click.
Initiating interrogation procedure.
You are not the first servants of the Omnisire that I have met that goes by that name.
The tech priest responds with a faint and enigmatic smile.
You have found yourself at the center of a tangle of paradoxicality.
You spoke of shelter and maimed hunter. What did you mean by it?
This place was a shelter. The Lord Inquisitor hid me here, and not only me.
A high-pitched groan of pain interrupts her words.
The maimed hunter, a figure of termination, an unknown variable. Amarnat's nemesis. I never met them, but I inferred their existence based on statistical evidence and logical conclusions. The portents of entropy foretell that the hunter is near.
Pascal, permission to commence the interrogation procedure granted.
Pasquale switches to rapid binary trills, but Axiomantha merely shakes her head. Pasquale demands loudly.
Our identifiers are identical. State the reason for the duplication.
She closes her eyes and whispers almost deliriously.
A portent left by the Messiah. A cog pattern in which the righteous may see the Deus Mechanicus.
After this less than coherent response, Pasquale continues sharply.
I seek Archmagus Amarnat. Where is he?
The Messiah of Discontinuing was revoked.
Pasquale says nothing for a while, then inquires thoughtfully.
The maimed hunter. What are the unit's status and parameters?
Coming. Concealed. Proceed with caution, for the hunter too sees the Messiah's signs.
Pascal, what have you learned from your conversation?
The unit lacks clear answers. Her cognitive abilities have been damaged, but analytical data suggests a higher validity to our identifiers being an exact match. It is not a consequence of malicious falsification. It is more akin to an act of purposeful direction. Estimated level of threat to Archmagus Amarnat increased. The unit identified as the maimed hunter is now regarded as the most probable source of danger.
Can you speak more plainly?
I was a disciple of the Messiah of Discontinuing.
How do you know I'm
When he was laid low, I found myself here. I hid from my reckoning. I reached out to the Omnissiah's wisdom as I pondered and considered. Logic revealed much to me even here, in my prison.
The cycle will be discontinued, sister.
Pasquale speaks the words of the sacred motto with an air of mournful consolation.
Hope is illogical, brother.
Speak more plainly.
Are my words obscure? That is regrettable. Processing becomes difficult when you only have one half of your mind. Certain notions, data, and logical instruments were left in the less functional part of me.
Point at the tech brief. Was she your sister?
She was me. A phenomenon of flesh divided me into two identical bodies at birth. The Omnissiah's wisdom let me overcome this physiological flaw by braiding the separated mind. I was the first unificate in the fleet. Now this half of me is dead. The rest of my mind is fading. The sympathetic principle is insurmountable.
The tech priest closes her eyes and starts whispering something incomprehensible, sinking deeper into the depths of oblivion.
Creation of Unificats is dangerous knowledge that has long since been denounced by many as a procedure not blessed by the Omnissiah. It is based not on a direct prototype envisioned by the precursors, merely on loosely connected technologies.
Knowledge will not have the capacity to be absolute until the coming of the Omnissiah. We do not know of such pre-technology, but can we claim with certainty that it never existed? Do you remember stories about
the Gemini Krats? The twin magi who joined their minds in their devotion to Mars. I remember. Proponents of the right to create Unificats base their defense on this momentous precedent.
I have learned enough about you.
If you wish to know more, then hurry. The turning of the cog will soon cease.
What happened to you?
A pained shadow falls across her face.
The chapel was attacked. The preservation protocol commanded me to hide within the inner artifactorium and block all outside access to it. Prolonged presence in close proximity to the object was prohibited by the algorithm, but the preservation protocol had a higher priority. The object affected me. I resisted. Resistance led to structural change.
What object?
The yoke. The weapon we forged at the Lord Inquisitor's command. The destroyer of worlds.
I need more details. How does it work? What is the joke?
An enigma. The project was kept secret from everyone, including the Smiths. We forged fragments of it. It was a tool for controlling energies of staggering power, and it was not the Omnissiah's blessed gifts that served as its foundation. It was forbidden knowledge, knowledge that we comprehended.
Registering Blasf.
We were continuing the work of our mentor, Archmagus Amarnat. It was his wisdom that made our toils possible.
Axiomantha's words render Pasquale speechless.
What else do you know about the weapon? How did Salsal learn of it? Against whom does he intend to use it?
Against anyone. Its power is absolute. The first experiments with this tech relic were calamitous. The tech blight is merely its echo. Its potential is so much greater.
She stops, as if frightened by her own words.
It never should have fallen into the hands of the laity, but the Lord Inquisitor stole it. Its secret was procured beyond the dimensional gate, beneath the dark stars, and passed over to Amarnat. Calcazar destroyed the Messiah of Discontinuing and robbed him. And claimed the secret for himself. He knew.
The woman points her finger at Thorbald's body.
He was there.
Pasquale spews an angry tirade in Binaric and glares at the fallen angel of the Emperor.
Why is it that even the most capable of lay people can never be reliable sources of information?
How exactly did the object affect you?
A difficult thing to explain, to a laywoman. Metamorphosis phenomena occur in the object's vicinity. Sacred technology and even ordinary plasteel start to behave willfully, shifting, restructuring, and altering their fundamental attributes. Imagine yourself gazing upon a surface of water that was disturbed by a stone an era ago, but the ripples never stop coming. That is what it felt like. The object propagated echoes of change.
Her true flesh has betrayed her and become a heavy burden of metal within her body, something that is not of the Omniscia's design. Something devoid of function.
Pasquale speaks the last words with audible disgust and sorrow.
Why are you revealing Zazar's secrets to me?
I was never his servant. I was forced to serve. When our circle was broken, he offered me a choice, submit or die. He threatened to kill half of me if I refused to forge for him. He needed Archmagus Amarnat's knowledge, and I had it. I saw no sense in resisting.
You betrayed him too.
Yes.
Her agreement comes easily, with a weak smile.
Ethics are an insubstantial construct of emotion. I acted logically. I continued to comprehend rather than terminate my vital functions.
I doubt I can learn more from you.
It's difficult to process. Have I fulfilled my duty to the Omniscia? May I rest now?
She looks through you as though she can no longer see you.
Are you in need of help?
Attempts to slow down the degradation process are irrational, for they only prolong my suffering. I wish to cease to be.
Her eyes close.
Brother, take my thoughts. I kept them. Keep them now.
Her final words are a faint whisper.
Knowledge will not fall into oblivion.
Taking great care not to ruin the tech priest's features, Pasquale reverently extracts the neural cogitator from her skull, then does the same to her sister.
The quest for knowledge is the Omniscia's mission to us.
Erlan, I demand an explanation. What is going on here?
Intertwining probabilities that will give rise to a new era. The Inquisitor has used you to obtain a weapon with the power to obliterate entire worlds. Or rather a part of that weapon. He knew he was crossing the line, so he concealed his plan even from his allies, both you and the pups who called themselves wolves. You should follow and track him, champion. The Inquisitor will likely attempt to complete the weapon, and that will be the true moment of your triumph. For, when it is completed, you are going to take it.
Send a Voxcal, stop the loading. I will inspect the trophies personally.
All you hear in response is wheezing static.
You are wasting your effort, champion. The Inquisitor's minions have jammed the Vox transmitters. By the time you reach the surface, his people will have slipped away with the yoke. But worry not, for this is an outcome the Edge of Daybreak has already told you about. It will be the beginning of your ascent, not an impediment.
Okay, I will return to Footfall. I have questions for the Lord Inquisitor.
Go forth, champion. May the truth guide you.
Demands are set.
There will be no peace in my wake.
We are almost max level. That's actually kind of hilarious. Yeah, you know, if max health is something that increases everything, then that should probably be a good thing to have, wouldn't it? If an operative attacks a target affected by exploit. Okay, yep. Know it all. Full attention. Target I consider the character deal 40% less. Allies. Cautious disengage. Attack of opportunity deal 25% less to the warrior. Combat meditation. Nope, 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 nope. Shot through. Sure. I really don't know what to go for, honestly. At this point in time, there's very few things I actually still want. Any damage dealt character deals increased by 1. Every attack they have made in this combat does not affect. Okay, The psychic can use damage in psychic plane while being threatened by enemies immediately. Yeah. Oh. Yep. Full attention, flag bearer, allies beneath two set deal. The character has this talent. Yeah. Focus, the officer uses ability on an ally. Yeah, sure. And then we have Idra. What does Idra want? What does Idra want? Grievous wound. You know what? We're getting F dealer. We're getting extermination. Enemies attacked by the blendings. I have a -10 until the blade answers next turn. Oath of Vengeance. Nope. Not using that. Blood Rush. Whenever the blade dancer uses an ability that costs wounds. Not interested. As long as the blade dancer has 2 swords equipped. Not interested. Blade dancer gains 3 weapon skill for every injury they are currently suffering. Okay, yeah, sure. You keep getting wounded. That sounds like a good idea. We're on the last leg of our journey, I think. I think there's a tiny bit more we can do in here, and then we actually need to move on to the next phase, so to say, of the story, which is, I don't know. Dragonos, Leabus, Kiva Gamma is also finished. We have a ton of things, don't we? We didn't get that much, but we got a fair bit. Yeah, we're adding these to cargo. Yeah, Adeptus Astartes, that's going to cargo. 50 to 75. We can add that to cargo as well. Those go to cargo. That's a lot of plasma, well. Split that. I want at least 2. Rust is going to cargo. You. What? Oh, I have the toxic flamer on me. I forgot about that. I 100% forgot about that. Let's see what... You have this. Each attack of the change has several strikes if all subsequent attack are manually strike. Is it you? Info. Drill strike. Target's attack is forced to make a toughness resistant. If failed, a permanent opening is created on the target's side of the wielder. Both the wielder and their allies can make use of the opening. Don't I have any... I don't know, honestly. I thought I had some really interesting weapons for you, but I don't think I have. How does this look? Wielder hit by... Each attack by the chainsaw increase the wielder's critical hit damage by 6%. This bonus stacks lasts until the end of combat. That might actually be the one, honestly. Oh, it has two. Well, that's a bit... I like that one, honestly. You know what? No. Oh, we actually got another one on multi-meltas. To be fair, we've had the multi-melta like ages now. We're going to keep that on you, and we're actually going to throw that on you. You could make an argument for actually putting like a really heavy hitting bolt rifle on you. So we need to check Dragonus, we need to check Veabus. Oh yeah, and this was a major event, so we should probably do this as well. We need another one for here. Okay. We're going to the bridge. One simple fact. We're talking with the one who's in charge of all the all the rumors and stuff like that. More rumors has come up because that makes it so we might be able to do some other things as well. Janris.
The high factotum Janris Danrope greets you with a cool smile and the merest hint of a bow.
Pleasure to see you, Lord Captain. How may I be of assistance?
Anything? Breath in need of training. I would like to order the ship transporting. Order shipping and transporting of some goods. Oh! Seriously? I can do that? Oh my god, I did not know I could do that. Okay, then we don't need to go to every single place to get it. I want that. I kind of want that. But that's dogmatic. Yeah, I need dogmatic for that one. Dogmatic fanatic. Hermenius. Psyfocus. Deal additional 35 damage with melee attacks whenever the wearer suffer a critical hit. Okay, now. The things that I wanted was for Ulfar, honestly, and that's kind of just like, meh, right now, so, yeah. If the target hit by the flamer from burning at the end, the target explodes. That sounds really fucking good. Whenever an ally adjacent to the wielder attack an enemy, the wielder makes an attack of opportunity. That enemy is possible. That's power armor. Okay. Double-edged. Has a two-handed sword. That is Hymn of Vengeance and Reject the Flesh. Where it gains 2+ AP and 1+ if they kill an enemy. War Hymns, Furious Heretical, increased rate of fire this bolter by the number of enemies affected by War Hymns. Okay, fair enough. Christian, Captain. Okay, so that is actually fantastic. We can actually look at what they have and buy stuff without needing to go to them. Honestly, we're at the stage now where nothing really is super tempting for us. Could make an argument for Harmonious being the one that has the most tempting things. Yeah, sure. And that's still not anything like fantastically interesting for us. The overcharge, this plasma can only perform one charge. Wear against immunity depending on the number of yielding beacons. 6 or more. Toxic. The wearer gains all previous immunities. Okay, so yeah. The wearer gains permanent 0 rounds down. Direct bonus to direct damage. This is double if the wearer triggers an opening. Okay, so yeah. Okay, that is probably the thing I'm going to take most into account, because that means we can sell and stuff like that without any big problems.
Ah, Shireen, the burden of it. Oh.
Okay, Cabela, what?
Take heed, Nemo. Our blessed Domin honors us with a visit.
I'm
The
ready
one
to
who
present
delivered
ourselves
this
to the
ark from the curse.
Vizier.
Come, Domin.
Come, Damin.
With ominous resolve, Kibela drags a steel claw down her face, leaving behind a line that splits it in half. She steps forward without another word.
Yep. Here's the kicker. I don't. The the Chaos Worshippers that I actually enjoy, that are written really good, it's not usually the ones that are going full-blown psycho. At least most of the time. What is this? Flagbearer.
The Vizier whispers a prayer, his masked face turned toward the Undying One's image. Instead of his usual threadbare clothes, he is wearing elegant armor of bone and dark gold, marked with purity seals. He turns as he hears you approach.
Kybella, I have been hearing your footsteps for a long time. In his whispers. Domin Octavia the Fire Axe, Lady of the Ark. It is good that you are here with her. It is right. The Undying One has blessed this union of light and shadow.
You greet us clad in armor. Are you preparing for battle? We have learned how Cabela came to be part of the Bloodspawn when we have met her family.
The Vizier looks away for a brief moment and nods to empty space.
The Undying One's congregation sacrifices the blood of its blood. That is how spinners are brought into this temple. But only those who would serve him of their own volition stay and spin the blood-spun web. As Kybella did.
Your words are dishonest. The ritual of releasing the burden erased me. Made me hollow. What will of my own I had, you took from me. And filled me with yours instead.
The Vizier's voice becomes astonishingly gentle.
My daughter, do you believe you have only served him because I set you on the thread of the web? Do you believe you have no faith in him? You know that is not true.
Cabela's brow furrows in anguish.
Perhaps I could have served him differently, now I will never know. You took that away from me.
You greet us clad in armor. Are you preparing for battle?
Today is a special day. I have only donned this armor once before, when I was second spinner. That day, I ceased to be second. But I have remembered the weight of this gold on my shoulders and chest through all the years since.
Cabela opens her mouth, but the Vizier stops her with a gesture.
You will understand, my daughter. You will understand soon.
Cabela has been cured of her affliction.
This is true. No longer do I see anguish in her soul. Second spinner, I am ready to receive your report. Have you accomplished the task the Undying One himself set you?
This is my final report, Mentor. I no longer wish to serve you. The task remains undone. I refuse to complete it. Condemning a life to oblivion is wrong for those who worship death. No one will hurt my family. No one will hurt me. Let the Undying One punish me if he so wills.
Silence falls for what feels like an eternity. At last, the Vizier responds with the sadness of an all-forgiving father.
That is one of the threads as well, my daughter. I understand you.
A tired sigh escapes the Vizier's chest.
A harrowing sacrament. A ruthless ritual. I am relieved that it is nearing the end. Everything is coming together just as he revealed to me. Perfection has been sculpted. The affliction I nurtured has been vanquished. The choice has been made. So whence all the sadness, my daughter?
The Vizier shakes his head, suddenly looking very human. His shoulders droop, and he extends a hand toward Cabela.
Sacraments. Are we being dragged into another ritual? What do you mean, the affliction you nurtured? Was it you who doomed Kybella to her suffering? Snatch her for her family. Do not call her your daughter. Seems your plan has failed. Kybella did not carry out the last order. What will happen now?
Kybella will be the new Vizier. Her journey to the Undying One and the choice she made will be reflected in the Bloodspun Web's new pattern. As for me, I will go to him, as I have long awaited.
The confusion and alarm in Cabela's face gives way to anger and horror. Her face distorts like a crumbling paper mask as the emotions wash over her. Too many emotions for one whose soul has gone dead.
I have not yet done all that you expect me to, have I?
That is correct, my daughter. Can you feel it? The proper way this burden must be passed?
Cabela's face dissolves into a cruel and bitter smile.
And still you steal from me. Even my vengeance has become part of your ritual.
Do not demand yet another sacrifice from her, Vizier. Let that which must be done be done. Is it a simple transition of power not possible? Why must there be bloodshed? Let which has been done be done.
Still, it is unfair.
Kibela's face has become a death mask. The Vizier's voice is full of sorrow and humility.
Yes. For I am stronger than you. And my high spinners stand with me, those who swore an oath to protect me and not outlive me. And he, too, stands with me. His face will emerge out of mine. And may those you chose when you set out along the threads of the web, your comrades, your damen, may they stand with you. Fight. Fight with no regret.
A bitter sigh falls from the old man's lips.
Farewell, my daughter. Let us honor the Undying One.
Let us honor him.
Another annoyance. None of you shall survive.
Singing Retribution. This damage deal additional 22 damage to an enemy with more than 50% of wounds. Oh, that's nasty. You just have Death Cult pattern sword. They're really good Death Cult pattern swords. We have you, Death Cult Slayer. You under weapon. Okay. Pascal is first. Okay. Prepare to do battle. Okay. We are going to fall back a fair bit. Pascal is there.
My vow is to serve. The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all.
Okay.
Running binary code.
Follow my lead.
Request approved.
The true believers will inherit all. No one will stand
An offering of
in our
blood.
way.
Moving out. Weather the storm. Onward.
Death whispers my name.
Oh. Ouch.
Of oblivion yawn wide.
Yeah. I know. You are really damaged.
Your efforts are noted. Let's see.
Follow my lead.
I've suffered worse.
A wicked thought. Oh, our existence is so fragile.
I'm sorry, Pascal.
Another one is shattered.
I must not falter. Can I fall back now? Follow my lead. The whispers call to me. Follow my lead.
Your sacrifice
fuck.
is inspiring. A genius at work.
Sixth spinner, left cultist.
Step by step, I lead.
Moving out.
Cuts and cracks appear on your skin.
Man of the fate. Onward.
Stay vigilant.
High momentum.
I can do that, with the right incentive. Tell me, and it is done. You've got a problem? I've got a prize.
They actually dodged 100% hit. Okay.
I can do that, with the right incentive.
It will be done. I will do my duty. It will be done.
Don't get too cocky.
He dodged it and then moved towards me. That is absolutely horrible. Anyway, yeah, we're just going to do Finest Hour on you.
Pain and duty go hand in hand.
Shadows are reversed for a moment.
I must not falter.
Just a minor
To the
setback.
heretics.
Schemes which fate claims another one.
Bye. The fights from this DLC is a lot harder than every other single fight in the game.
Oh, glorious spectacle of your demise.
Start battle.
The scriptural prognosis is favorable. The Omniscient knows all, comprehends all. Request. Cannot strike me down, for I am death. What is dead does not bleed.
Death comes in silence.
What do we need to do? What do we need to do? Death, ashes, using searing pyres, and unliftling. This grants ability to deal large amount of damage against. The Undying uses searing pyre and unlit flame. The ability against the enemy that deals Litany of Death. Searing pyre, okay. Undying, the Undying wounds unknown, okay.
You cannot strike me down.
As honor ordains.
I am death.
I shall not fail. The shadows will see it done.
What is dead does not bleed.
As the tenets demand.
Brace yourself, Avalon!
Will do.
The air is filled with evil whispers.
Strike me down, for I am death.
What happened?
Anything else?
What is dead does not bleed.
Will do.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay.
Anything else?
You cannot strike me down, for I am death.
I've suffered worse.
A moving target lives longer.
Okay. Free grenade. Yeah, sure.
Am I getting paid for this?
What is dead does not bleed.
You say that,
Tell
but
me, and it
I'm
is
going to give it a try.
I can do that with the right incentive.
Oh, a wick?
You struggle in vain. Do you truly believe that you can defeat me?
Truly believe that you can defeat me.
Critical hit 50. 50. Okay. Oh, you can actually see that?
Watch my back. Don't get too cocky.
Does not bleed.
You've got a problem. I've got a prize.
Bloodstained. Concern next turn, do you? Okay, yeah.
Tell me, and it is done.
What is a maelstrom of madness? Schemes within schemes. A wicked thought. Let's see. A wicked thought. The intricacies of mortality laid bare.
Indeed. Victory is imminent.
What is that debuff he has? Disturbed. Okay. What is that? How many? Oh yeah, you have a ton of them, don't you? What is that? Psycho breastplate. Okay, fair enough.
I will do my duty. Grey hair, sure hair.
From every loss, twisted wonders emerge.
Clad in the Vizier's armor, Kibella is staring at the spot where, just a short time ago, lay the body of the man who raised her. Her shoulders are shaking and her head hangs low, but no tears are to be seen and no sobs come from behind her mask of dark gold. Suddenly, she throws her head back, and a desperate cry full of pain, fury, and regret echoes around the temple. This is not the Vizier, nor a spinner you see before you. Just a daughter who has lost her father.
I know this is a ridiculous question to ask, but how are you doing?
The tenets of the web teach us never to regret or hesitate. But I could never have imagined that I would one day have to make a choice this painful. I did what had to be done, but that does not quell the pain. I know he is in the Undying One's hands, but that does not soothe the grief. I know I sought vengeance against him, but I feel his absence already.
I'm sorry, losing a mentor is hard.
He was, more than that. He was both a friend and
Kibella's voice drops, her next words barely audible.
a father.
Did you see? Did I just see the God Emperor in flesh?
Was that how you saw the Vizier, Domin Octavia the Fire Axe? You saw an image of death in him, but it was only an image. Fumes of the sacred intoxicant blessed our ritual, but what you saw, and killed, was a mere man. The Undying One does not come to the living. We come to him.
What did the Vizier look like to you?
Younger. The way he was when I first saw him. I was younger, too. It was as though we were facing each other in a training match like we used to.
Am I to call you Vizier now?
I do not want to lose my name as my mentor lost his. But no spinner will ever speak it again, for I am their Vizier. Yet you are my Domin. And I am your shadow. Let me remain Kybella to you, at the very least.
What will become of the bloodspun web now?
Kybella tosses her head back proudly.
For too long, we have languished amid the dereliction of the lower decks, concealing ourselves and enacting his will in secrecy. No longer. Henceforth, we will be a scarlet hand guiding trembling souls. As his holy servants, we will vest ourselves in gold and the veneration we deserve, for to despise us is to despise him. And we will serve you, Domin Octavia the Fire Axe, not from the shadows but bathed in radiance. Such is the new bloodspun web.
Kybella studies the spinners. Her voice thunders under the temple's vaults.
Bow now before your new Vizier.
And 100 whispers reply, death salutes you.
I feel bad for rummaging through the corpses, but hey, those weapons he had looked fucking amazing. Exalted spinner, exalted spinner.
Patience.
And we are now max level.
My nerves are frayed.
Exalted spinner, exalted spinner, exalted spinner. Kybella.
The song of blood is heard ever louder in bay after bay, Domin. Praising you. Saluting the Vizier. Death keeps watch, for death is him. For death is me.
Okay.
A spinner, his face covered in carved, bleeding glyphs, makes a respectful gesture of invitation.
Let me show you the way, Domin.
Show me the way. Astropathic Chapel. I'm a bit disappointed, honestly. We didn't actually get his weapons. Those looked really cool. So I'm honestly a bit disappointed.
One step at a time, amidst the madness.
Your ladyship.
Okay.
Goodbye, your ladyship.
I thought there were...
The choir master follows you with his otherworldly glowing gaze as you leave, then turns back to the cogitator.
I thought there would be maybe something more here, but no. Void Shrine. You know what? We're going to the Void Bridge, removing all the debuffs from everyone. And then I'm going to my quarters to look at the thing we have in our bedroom. That sounded really fucking ominous and really fucking bad. It's worse because it's a fucking... It's a giant altar to the Chaos God, so I think it's worse than what you thought. No, not to Slanesh. Stop it. I know what you're thinking. Stop it. Level 55 is max level. Okay. What do I have in the vault? There's nothing in the vault. Okay, fair enough.
The heavy altar looks ancient, and as soon as you utter the first words of prayer, you sense someone's close attention from beyond the edge of reality. Dark flames fill your soul, and inspired thoughts burgeon in your mind.
Okay. We have really we have, what is the word for it? We have taken chaos to our hearts.
Your ladyship. According to my data, the lost sacred vessel Heretical is the flagship, headquarters, and last confirmed location of Archmagus Amanat. I hereby request permission to immediately embark on an expedition.
Pascal, why are you being summoned to that ship?
No data are available. No hypotheses are available. The justification is irrelevant. If the blessed Amanat summons me, I must comply with the directive.
Signal from Hermetico. Unit Human Pascal directive. Visit priority ahead of queue. Post discontinuing cycle is following. Okay, yep.
I am coming, Mentor.
Where though? Where is it? Where is it? System Speculo. System Speculo. System Speculo. Okay, so it's here.
An unexpected report has arrived from the navigator's sight. Enemies of humanity board the void ship. At the head of the
Space Marine. The thing that is like confusing to me. To be fair, I'm not passing up on killing word bearers.
They will see. Yes, they all.
The Emperor is with us!
My vow is to serve.
Why is eat drop first, honestly? Doesn't make sense. Oh, look at this. Look at this. Oh. Oh, she looks cool now. She looks really cool. The annoying part, we didn't get any of the two-handed swords. Sort by newest to oldest. Okay, so... Okay, fair enough. Each successful attack with edge of 11. What? All allies additional grants 5+ minimum +1 psi rating. Veil degradation reaches 20 successful attacks with the edge of triggers perils of the wall. If veil degradation drops to 0 edge. Invoker loses all its power until the end of combat. If the Death Cult Assassins has 8 or more stacks of bloodshed, they gain 10 cover and parry if the wearer is not in cover. Wait, we need to actually look this. Less. Okay.
As honor ordains. I shall not fail. The shadows will see it done. Killing brings me no pleasure.
High momentum.
If only you knew what awaits you. On it. No can do. But of course.
A gust of otherworldly wind brings the smell of rot.
Am I getting paid for this?
Schemes within schemes within schemes.
Oh, right outside the range.
The storm approaches.
Follow my lead.
To my collection.
I bring mercy and retribution.
Anything else?
They'll write legends about me. Don't get too cocky. You've got a problem, I've got a prize.
Another stroke of genius!
A gloomy premonition clouds the mind.
Ah, another one is shattered! A wicked thought! A predictable downfall!
Oh, there was a spaceman with him.
Just a minor setback.
There was a spaceman with him. He died. He died. He did.
The the warp jump passed without incident for everyone except the crew members on bridge duty. For the duration of...
We are heading to Dragons and having a look at that.
A ship full of people and cargo crashed on the planet. Law speakers are wondering if you have a claim to the lost ship.
$200 scrap, -3 security, plans the wreckage with fire, forbid anyone, order the ship to be looted.
Miraculously, the surviving part of the crew placed the cargo in your capable hands in gratitude for the rescue.
And we can't do anything with you. No, because we need that thing. Okay. Now we are heading to the outpost that is a bit south here, 2 stations away, to donate all that stuff, all that Promethium to get more stuff.
Emergency. Servitors assigned to the storage bays have gone but...
Okay. I do like the armor that Cabela has now. It is really, really cool. To be fair,
Sometimes you consult the
just...
appropriate treatise on Tactica Imperialis and weigh every step. Sometimes, though, you just fire your biggest cannon and save the day.
Just getting more action points. Gain AP at the 10 and 20 as sampler level. Okay. Here's the kicker. The one thing that makes me wonder if that actually is the right move to go. But at the same time, it's 45% damage. But it only gives 1+ psi rating. So the question is that actually better for me? It gives me 1+ psi rating when I dodge. And willpower decides to dodge. Willpower is 100. If I put that on, how much dodge do I actually get? Oh my god, those eyes. Okay, this is going to be experiment. I have 120 dodge. But that only gives me 56. Okay. Let's see how this goes. Oh, wait, everyone.
Oh, what an amusing attempt at defiance!
Activate calculus fury algorithm. Beyond the science, insignificant value.
Why do you only have 95% dodge? No, you have 2. Okay. 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 That's... That is without anything. I can put on an armor that increases my dodge as well. My god. I don't know how good this is though. Huh?
I am your blade and shield. As honor ordains. As the tenets demand. Come, the other side awaits. As honor ordains. The shadow caught by the web. Death is a blessing. Come, the other side awaits.
An otherworldly screech pierces your ears.
No pleasure. As honor ordains.
A feeling of terror grips your heart.
I shall not killing. Brings me no pleasure. As the tenets, death is a blessing.
A tactically sound approach.
Is there?
It
Okay.
will be done.
There is movement in the Empyrean. Will do.
The air temperature drops a few degrees.
Whispering choir.
No, yeah, you're actually.
Even I won't do that.
What an unfortunate turn of fate.
Okay.
In this tapestry of
And
a
then we leave
world,
again.
I am the rogue thread.
There's no reason for me to loot. There's nothing on those maps. I've gone through them so many times at this time. At this point, it's just looting and leaving.
When the rogue traders the station thanks the rogue trader for her the station thanks the rogue trader for her cooperation and presents her with several containers of unused reserves as a token of its gratitude.
Thought I had more. Oh, it's 5. They only give 5 fuel each. Okay, yeah, that's more sensible than I actually thought. We still have this thing over here where I have no clue generally what to do with it. The thing that is here. The one-way road.
That night, the Lord Captain and some of her crew were awakened by beautiful music.
Abandoned
the sound
palace.
seemed to caress their very minds, until they realized that the source was their own bodies. While their teeth were chattering out a staccato, their tendons were... A trickle of disturbing news came from the navigators. The void ship crew did everything they could to release their vessel from the nightmarish creature's grasp. The bulkheads groaned and snapped, entire chambers depressurized, and screams of people left alone with the... A trickle of disturbing... The ship's navigator engaged the warp monster in invisible combat by giving orders from the Sanctum Navis. A scheduled service in the ship's chapel was interrupted in...
Oh, what do we have here then? What do we have here? We're going to repair the ship. And then heading to the bus. Riots? Okay.
A riot has broken out in the colony. The cult of the Final Dawn has sunk its poisonous roots into the planet and has now grown strong enough to make itself known.
Enter battle. Is it... Do I actually get to be on the ground, or is it naval battle again? Because I've had 2 naval battles already here.
Mighty machine spirits,
It's a naval
lend us
battle.
the modicum of thy power.
That is just tiny destroyers. Okay. So, if I go there, I can fire. Okay, great.
Set course. You, commence the symphony of macro cannons.
Okay.
Engage the lance! Avoid master, if you please.
And we're doing... Is a cooldown on that? Seriously? Why is no...
Lance!
Oh yeah, thanks. Gotta thank you for actually splitting up so I can fire all my cannons.
Macro cannons. Commence the symphony of macro cannons. Oh, engage the lance. The destination is known. Oh, lance.
I have missed this feeling.
Okay, we actually have an upgrade to a ship. Nice. And it's hull integrity, improved VAM, evasion on torpedoes, free shield restart and now only inflict -2 speed. When oppose, using oppose ability, 1 round shorter cooldown. Yes. And we're going with take it all. Okay, great. Great, great, great. And you, why aren't you accepting that post? You keep resetting from that post. Okay, we are hitting a point where every single one of our colonies are continuously actually having problems. I've cleared 1.
Emergency aboard the void ship. A foul warp...
I clear 1, I clear 2, and it's automatically just more battles or more stuff happening.
Let us rise up to that storm.
Running by Heretical right.
Sounds become unbearably loud.
Oh, a wicked thought. Another one is shattered. Oh. A maelstrom of madness! Predictable doubtful.
Discharges of the motive force fill the air.
Flames. Another one.
A dance of blades and shadows. I feel nothing, fear nothing. Trust me. Death comes in silence.
And that is more. We want to use that. Okay, fair enough.
As honor, or let your soul be purged. Killing brings me no pleasure.
A gloomy premonition clouds the mind.
Okay.
There will be
And
no
out we go.
in my wake.
Okay, Kaibella, after the quest is complete with those two swords, mwah, you could make an argument. I don't think we have the one where she has more attacks when she has two weapons, but at this point like that, I mean, yeah, that sounds actually really good. It is over here.
Enemies of humanity have been spotted aboard the ship.
Kaibella is actually coming into her forte. There's certain things I think we might have been able to do better. My builds aren't perfect, and my things aren't perfect in how I made the builds. But stuff is dying.
What a glorious storm this battle will be.
My vow is to serve vital functions. Successfully terminated. The scriptural prognosis is favorable.
I will leave footprints of scarlet. The shadows will see it done. As the tenet's death is a blessing. I shall not fail. Come, the other side awaits. Trust me. I will not die in dishonor.
Death cannot
Such is the will of...
Brace yourself, Avalon.
What is happening?
I am your doom.
Have you gotten some new ability that makes you...
Crush the feeble. rally myself with that. Another one is shattered. A wicked.
An otherworldly screech pierces your ears.
Another one is shattered.
Insects begin crawling under your skin.
Well, I'm powerless to act.
If only you knew what awaits you. They who discern the future own the battlefield.
12 cells. 12 cells. Okay, so they have the same range.
Farewell.
Okay, and we leave.
Beyond.
We are chugging along good. There are a few things that I'm just like, eh, right now, but
A Druckery raid targets the planet and drags away thousands of people aboard their vessels.
and the battle, I guess. Yeah. Are we just getting naval battle now?
The celestial stage awaits my
Oh,
performance.
it's two of them. Okay, let's just deal with it. Okay, Bella's actually back on her station now.
Initiate macro cannon barrage. Engage the lance.
Yeah, let's send another torpedo as well.
Unleash our fury.
Target destruction confirmed. Praise the Omnissiah.
Commence the symphony of macro cannon.
Oh, and hit. Oh, yes, we got a hit. Great.
Sail upon the seas of void.
Move the way over here. And then reload cannon. And throw another salvo your way.
Macro cannon barrage.
All misses. Fair enough. Do that.
Set course.
And bye-bye.
No escape pods detected. No emergency beacon detected. No survivors detected.
Got them.
Okay. That's all as well. we have only one quest left, pretty much. There is one thing I'm wondering, like, how do I get better scanners? I have 35. I'm being lazy now.
While traveling through the Immatrium, the crew on duty in loading bay 7 heard what sounded like the hissing of a giant snake.
We have an auger anomaly in here. I don't know if we can do anything with it. Yeah, the exploration fleet here. Unknown ships.
A report shows up on your personal cogitator screen. Unknown ships are towing the Interstellar Sextant, a cargo ship belonging to one of Footfall's wealthiest traders. It looks like the pirates have bitten off more than they can chew, and have now been forced to drag the ship to a more secluded place. As soon as they see you, the escort ships charge into battle at once, while the captive Sextant powers up its warp engines. Unless you interrupt the preparation for the jump, the...
Okay. I won't say no to stealing a ship. This is one of those things where I'm thinking of, maybe if I visited more of the systems and go into, I see more of these random events. But at the same time...
Activate the Geller field. Emergency warp jump in 3, 4.
Sail upon the seas of void.
We are firing the laser first. Putting up the broadside and letting loose with the broadside.
Their shields down! Crush them!
Engage the lance!
We surrender.
Okay. They surrender. Good.
Launch the devastating payload. Voidmaster, if you please.
Bloody throne, we're gonna die. What's taking so long with the engines?
Okay, so we are here. If we do this, we still can't reach it. Too bad. Incoming down there.
Let the macro cannons sing their twisted song.
Changing course, disengage. Let's live to fight another day.
No.
Sail upon the seas of void.
It's been a good while. Goodbye.
The destination is known. Set course!
Come on. Hello, my friend. Goodbye, my friend.
Fury?
My premonitions never fail me.
We have better, so don't really need to worry about it. Point of interest, auger anomaly. Oh, yeah, it's a black hole.
Your ladyship, hailing the ships surrounding the Heretico's wreck led to receiving the following transmission. We are the Connaissance fleet. We praise the Messiah of discontinuing. We remain in prayer. We remain on standby. Let the cycle be discontinued. The Omniscient knows all, comprehends all. We are the Connaissance fleet. We praise the Messiah of discontinuing.
Patch in one of the captains.
It will be done, your ladyship. Request denied. We are receiving only the message voiced earlier.
Is there anything unusual about these ships?
Yes, your ladyship. We are picking up traces of recent combat on many of the vessels. Numerous traces. Based on the initial radiation background assessment, it appears that an Adeptus Mechanicus weapon has been used against them. I hypothesize that the schism within the Connaissance fleet has reached a climax. My tech comrades raised arms against one another. It is with sorrow that I register this information in the archive.
Skal, it looks like a gathering of believers of in the discontinuing of the cycle.
Confirmed. The number of adherents of discontinuing the cycle does not correspond with the earlier prognosis. The willingness to declare one's commitment to the teachings of blessed Amanat is anomalous. This unit is intrigued.
Request landing on board our vessel.
We have received a standard denial of request message, your ladyship. What outrageous impudence. As you wish, your ladyship.
Same here, I presume?
Your lady. We are the Connaissance fleet. As you wish, your ladyship. Your ladyship, according to the ship's registry, we are looking at the Arc Mechanicus Hermetico. We picked up a Vox signal coming from her. Permission granted. May the Messiah of discontinuing reveal the way to a safe docking gate. The raspy voice of the person who recorded the message is vaguely familiar to you, but you cannot put your finger on it. Requesting the right to participate in the first boarding party. Evaluating shuttle docking options.
Is there a safe docking spot?
Not at the moment, your ladyship. The damage to the hull makes observations difficult, and the surviving vacuum locks are sealed shut. I hypothesize that the proper vacuum lock may be opened using my personal access code. Justification, a message from the Arc Mechanicus.
What do we know about the ship?
Each arc is a sanctuary for the Adeptus Mechanicus. Every such ship is a relic. They are incredibly ancient and were made to search for the sacred standard template construct patterns. Legends tell of entire forge worlds that were literally disassembled for parts to make such vessels. In any case, she is a ruin of her former glory. We observe numerous traces of internal decompression, but not a single sign of aggression carried out from the outside. For what it's worth, some of the decks look intact. At least, from the outside. We are also picking up strange radiation emanating from the hull. We believe the ship has been in the processional of the damned for a long time.
Assemble the boarding crew.
It will be done, your ladyship.
Yep. Whenever a minor power is used in the +3 at the beginning of each round, while degradation decreases by -1.
Patience.
The halls of this
My
holy ship
nerves
feel
are
strangely
frayed.
familiar to me.
The cogitator's screen glows faintly. You take a closer look and realize it has been gutted, its innards replaced with candles that cast glints on the black plexiglass.
Would you look at that?
Oh.
My whispers crave entertainment.
Goods. Ooh, wear strength. If the wearer has not moved the turn, the range attack with heavy weapons deal 50% more damage. Okay, athletics and immune to toxin.
They will see. Oh yes, they all will see.
The bay was breached from the inside. Traces of scaling suggest the use of a melted charge. I recognize the pattern of the chant. They are imitating a reactor shutdown vigil. Something simply ordered the spirit of this machine to die. This is odd. I see scratch marks from a servo claw on this venerable Skedarius's armor. How dare they set up camp right in the heart of the sacred machine? This is a sacrilege against the blessed remains.
Curiosity sings in my veins.
The tribesman avoids your gaze and makes a strange gesture, probably some kind of ritual, as you approach.
The lean, hunchbacked man studies you with his piercing gaze. One of his eyes looks you up and down, the other has been replaced by a bulky augmatic, ancient and adorned with gold, but is deactivated for some reason. He states in a dry voice.
The ghosts of nothingness have entered the deck of the Akin tribe.
I'll explain to the common care what his tribe is. We're here looking for someone.
The man shrugs indifferently. His voice is tinged with sympathy.
It does not matter. You are ghosts.
Take a closer look at the man.
The middle-aged man carries a potentia coil on his shoulders, after the manner of tech priests. It is held in place by straps and is not connected to anything. Its weight has given him a hunched back. One of his arms has been replaced by an exquisite tech scribe augmatic, but the quills and styli are incredibly dull, as though they have been scraped against bare rock, and the limb servo motor is dormant. The sight of the mangled augmatic elicits a pained grimace from Pasquale.
I am registering evidence of precious true flesh being operated in unacceptable conditions. The markings indicate that this sacred metal was fashioned many centuries ago on blessed Mars. Putting it to such crude and careless use is an insult to the Omnissiah.
Pascal, what do you make of these people?
Hypothesis: this primitive community is made up of descendants of low-ranking technomads who once serviced this deck. The name Akin derives from category AC. Gen AC stood for the Acolyte category, which serviced the main decks. Gen referred to service staff who were assigned general, as opposed to specialized, maintenance duties.
The man looks at you and Pasquale with indifference. He does not seem to have understood a single word.
You talk to us, your kinfolk do not. Why?
I am the Fabricator General. My shoulders bear the sacred burden of leadership.
The man shifts his shoulders, bent under the potentia coil resting upon them.
The others fear you, as ghosts can carry the living away into nothingness. But I am protected by Marnat's grace.
Pasquale's roar is like the blaring alarm of an extractor.
Fabricator General. I am registering heresy.
The man listens to the tech priest's outburst without flinching.
The universe must have a Fabricator General, the supreme priest of the Omnissiah. There is none other to hold that title. Therefore, it is mine.
Have you seen anything unusual lately?
The echo of an old crime was heard beneath the arching vaults of our home.
The tribesman nods at you gloomily.
A ghost of nothingness walked among us, of like appearance to you but without a face. He spoke words that must not be spoken, and then penetrated the chamber of observus. And our abode was shaken by the wrath of the gods for days, and we felt as though we were drifting through nothingness.
Pasquale lowers his head and says quietly.
That is him. My mentor. Amarnat.
What is the chamber of observers?
An abode of deities and mighty spirits, secluded from mortals.
The man points toward the entrance to the lift shaft.
Down this great tube, they used to descend to the mortals. Now they have all retired to the House of Observus, the calm and keen-sighted, there to remember and mourn the world that once was. The unit has given us a distorted description of the observatorium, the bay that housed the Hermeticos bridge. There, under a grand dome of glasscrete, the wisest hierarchs of the Adeptus Mechanicus would spend time in reflection and strive to discern the...
Pasquale hesitates, then adds worriedly.
Correction, this data is a hypothesis. An archive search yielded no confirmation of this data. My possession of it is an anomalous cognitive fluctuation.
Was he alone?
No, other ghosts walked with him, but he alone had a mind and a will. The others did his bidding.
What did he look like?
His brow bore the mark of sorrow and past misdeeds, and his voice was like seeping sand. Abandon this thought. Your kind can't go in there. The great tube was made for the travels of gods, not mortals. Only one who has the blessing of Pref, the great spirit who rules this deck, may approach the great tube. But even such a one will have tried in vain, for the great tube's spirits have sealed its gate and will only open it to those who know the divine word. And the rust wraiths ensure that humans don't steal the word. They'll make short work of any thief.
So how did the faceless ghost get in?
He knew the secret. The spell was not of divine origin, its power surpassed that of the gods. It was born in the mysterious depths of irregularity, and soon after a mortal first uttered it, the world was no more.
Pasquale waves a mechadendrite at him in annoyed dismissal and says impatiently.
The blessed Amarnat can command any mechanism on his ship. The indoctrinal heresy uttered by the unit is unworthy of attention.
Your guesses are amazingly spot on, Pascal.
The tech priest is taken aback. He pauses to think, then says with no great confidence.
This statement is false. Each of the hypotheses was logically deduced from our present situation.
I see. What are the rust wraiths?
The man points at one of the motionless statues.
The ancient ones, the servants of the gods. They used to be the gods' great warriors, now they guard the peace of this universal cemetery and see to it that mortals don't challenge the divine order. The Sketerii, the deck guard. These immortal servants are an elite detachment of the crew blessed with the most ancient and wondrous augmetic enhancements. They could survive in a sleeping state for centuries even.
After a brief pause, a whisper comes from his vox.
Their presence here is unusual. Typically, the immortals only leave their storage chapel on special orders from the bridge.
Who is Spirit Pref?
The master of this deck, the second most important god after Marnat. Mortals cruelly betrayed his trust once, and he hasn't talked to them or protected them since. Pref only ever answers the shaman's invocations, and only occasionally at that. The tribesman's profane speculations most likely describe an important machine spirit that remains awake, requesting a conversation with the unit identified as the shaman.
Divine word. What divine word?
Words command all of existence. The gods ruled the universe using words of power. There was a time when mortals, too, were granted knowledge of them, but that time died along with the world. Hypothesis: the term divine word refers to a command litany. A thorough understanding of the situation aboard the Heretical will allow me to select the correct litany and recite it to the mechanisms that are still operational. Good. Don't seek to enter the god's abode, ghost. It is no place for you.
Who are you?
The undertakers of the world that expired in the great discontinuing of the cycle. The mourners holding an eternal requiem for the universe.
Fascinated by the answer, Pasquale says quietly.
Let the cycle be discontinued.
A wan, condescending smile graces the man's lips.
It was discontinued a long time ago.
I see.
The man sighs and...
Farewell, ghost. I hope nothingness summons you back into its embrace soon.
In this tapestry of a world, I am the rogue thread.
The ancient servitor seems dead. The infrequent twitching of his head is the only glimmer of life left in him. The numerous augmetic regalia embedded in the body of this servant of the Omnisar speak to his high standing and devoutness.
Can you activate him, Pascal?
The tech priest carefully touches the servitor's withered body with his mechadendrites. Data spikes slide out of them and sink into the servitor's augmetics. Pasquale's vox sounds thoughtful and slightly puzzled.
I identify this unit as Megas Logis Hectodonexi. The unit received 7 commendations for advances in astrography recorded in the Fleet Archive. The unit, he liked watching the stars. He called them beacons left for us by the Omnissiah.
The servitor gives a jolt, raises his head, and fixes his augmented eyes on you. The large black circles of his visors are cloudy and covered in scratches. A pained moan comes from the speaker on the servant's throat. UN, unit status, operational. Unit ident, identifies itself as no data available. Error, malfunction. The Omnisar knows. What? Pasquale sighs heavily.
He is suffering. This unit is long past its operational life expectancy, but the particularly ancient and sacred true flesh it was awarded for its outstanding service to the fleet is still prolonging its years.
Do you know him?
This statement is false. My archive has no record of any encounters with this unit or any archive requests concerning it. I just know. And I grieve.
Pasquale touches the servitor's pale skin covered in inky cacography.
The tribe's people inscribed his body with the blessed manual of maintenance and repair. Hypothesis, ignorant as to the true purpose of this litany, they perceived it as a health-replenishing magic spell. Tech Brother Hectodonexi, this unit identifies itself as Pasquale Hainumon. Can you hear me? Do you know me? Can you tell me what happened here?
A jumble of sounds comes from the servitor's speaker, as if a very old man, who has outlived his faculty of speech, is trying to utter once familiar words now strange to him. Then suddenly, a spark lights up his visors, and he utters with great strain. Executing. Function. All reserve capacities. Engaged. In executing primary function.
We would like to go up to the observatorium.
Request denied. The rattle in the servitor's voice could be easily mistaken for indignation. Access to the lift system denied. Service is in obscuratoria mode.
An obscuratoria is a complete ban on holy ministry within the compound. Any and all sacred maintenance procedures are deferred until after the ban is lifted. An obscuratoria is declared when a temple has been compromised by suspected corruption, before a battle, or in the event of a major critical incident. This unit cannot select the appropriate countermanding order without knowing the exact reason obscuratoria was declared.
One step at a time.
The elderly tech shaman looks up at you with dim eyes. He smells strongly of exhaust fumes.
Have you come to speak to the great Pref, ghosts? Pref will not speak your lesser tongue. But I can help. I can interpret.
Look at the tech shaman.
The aging barbarian's skin is covered in tattoos of mechanisms, as if the ink drawings of cogs could pass for actual augmatics. Wires and scraps of flex tubing are braided into his hair, as well as shards from a broken data slate screen. Cogitator circuit boards hang on threads from his large ceremonial drum.
I am registering category 6, 7, and 8 blasphemies in this tribesman's vestments. Only enlightened tech priests are authorized to dismantle and interact with the bodies of sacred machines. And painting the skin in crude imitation of true flesh is a profane mockery. It is how I venerate the iron spirits who have done their duty and passed into nothingness, ghost. I do this in the hope that I might gain some of their wisdom. This statement is false. I am not registering any veneration.
Who is Perf?
Our deck's great patron spirit, who protects it and watches over everything that happens on it. Pref used to be a kind father to us until wicked people tricked him. That was when he disowned the mortals who lived here. He wiped the names of everyone who used to be under his patronage from his memory and no longer recognized their faces. Since then, Pref has been a harsh and cruel-hearted master who is deaf to our prayers. Pref, hypothesis, the barbarian is using this debased designation to refer to a prefect enumerator. An especially sacred cogitator served by all of the deck's junior machine spirits. I am registering a category 6 blasphemy. The tribesman claims to communicate with it. Only enlightened adepts of the Omnissiah are permitted to interact directly with a prefect enumerator. Hypothesis, the part of the legend that speaks of disowning the mortals and forgetting their faces describes the removal of access rights from authorized units. For reasons unknown, the prefect enumerator was ordered to cease accepting commands from outsiders.
How do you talk to Pref?
The tech shaman raises the roaring mechanical sensor and inhales a lungful of its aromatic exhaust fumes. The tribesman's eyes grow dim, and he puts his hands on his drum. His fingers strike the taut synthetic leather with remarkable deftness and rhythm.
Like this.
Pasquale frowns and says darkly.
I am registering a categ. Blast it, layman. This blessed smoke is meant for the sacred machines, not your lungs.
Then the tech priest falls silent and listens carefully, before uttering in astonishment.
This primitive melody is a language. Our language. A variety of rhythm-based tech vernacular in which meaning is created by the lengths of pauses between the signals.
We have come to plead with plead for Pref's benevolence.
Every word you say is accompanied by a series of quick drum taps in a complex, choppy rhythm. Crackling comes in response from a vox hidden somewhere inside the wall. The tech shaman tilts his head and says,
"The great Pref would like to know who is speaking to him." The prefect enumerator is running an identification procedure.
Given existing data on the machine spirit's refusal to follow orders within the chain of command, I predict that standard identifiers will be assigned a low priority.
Introduce yourself formally, Pascal.
This unit is Magus Explorator Pascual Hanuman, a member of the Cognizance Fleet. Presenting doctrinal compliance and algorithmic obedience certificates.
The indicator on Pascual's neural cogitator glows. New data lights up Pascual's new spheric aura that no layperson can see. The tech shaman translates Pascual's words into quick taps on his drum, its dangling circuit boards jingling dramatically. He inhales the aromatic exhaust of his roaring sensor, listens carefully, and says in a strained voice.
Pref asks why he should treat your words with respect and not scorn them.
Pascual's voice becomes dry and bristly.
The machine spirit is requesting to know this unit's access privileges. It refuses to submit to a stranger's will without a compelling reason.
Machine spirits can be capricious and undisciplined. After years without sanctified maintenance, this one may have forgotten all about obedience. Normally, in cases like these, a tech priest would bring the wayward spirit to its senses with a shock from an electric prod or a blow from a wrench, accompanied by the litany of uninterruptible obedience.
Are you sure this is not a compelling reason? I think a show of force is in order. Point at the surrounding ruins. Are you sure this is not a compelling reason?
The hypothesis is of merit. This unit is conducting a rescue mission in which the safety of an Archmagus rank unit is at stake. Requesting emergency authorization.
The tech shaman translates Pascual's words into a sharp staccato of drum taps, then nods with an important air and says,
Pref inquires why you are seeking his friendship. Hypothesis: the prefect enumerator's request is to be interpreted as, what is the purpose of your visit?
You know the answer yourself, Pascal.
I have come to discontinue the cycle.
The tech shaman listens to the crackling coming from the hidden vox in response and shakes his head contritely.
The great Pref does not recognize your name or your face. He will not grant you his friendship and bids you to leave.
Pascual's vox hisses angrily, and he shakes his head.
The prefect enumerator's reaction is anomalous. Such disregard for regalia can only be explained by a protocol signifying an extreme degree of danger to the vessel. These barbarians are pillaging the ship's supplies. I am registering a Category 9 blasphemy.
There will be no peace in my wake.
Evidence of volkite carbon has been fired. Registering protocol violation. Use of weapon by Adeptus Mechanicus soldiers. Signed. Okay.
What do you seek from him who has Pref's ear, Ghost?
Every word you say.
The prefect enumerator is running an
Given existing data on the machine spirit's refusal to follow orders within the chain of command, I predict that standard identifiers will be assigned a low priority.
If the machine spirit speaks a tech priest language, do we even need the old man?
This statement is false. The idiom is a distinctive vernacular most likely only used by the ship's crew. It is intuitively familiar to this unit, but not intelligible. This unit is...
Machine spirits can be capricious and undisciplined. After years without sanctified maintenance, this one may have forgotten all about obedience. Normally, in cases like these, a tech priest would bring the wayward spirit to its senses with a shock from an electric prod or a blow from a wrench, accompanied by the litany of uninterruptible obedience.
You are an eminent and venerable Magos. It cannot ask more than that. I wouldn't dare.
Pasquale nods and enunciates.
By my power as a Magus Explorator decorated with 4-1 grade promotions and an entitlement to Category 3 Sacred Augmentation, as well as likely the only active ordained tech priest of the Adeptus Mechanicus aboard this void ship, I appoint myself this vessel's supreme hierarch.
The tech shaman translates Pasquale's words into a sharp staccato of drum taps, then nods with an important air and says,
Pref inquires why you are seeking his friendship. Hypothesis, the Prefect Enumerator's request is to be interpreted as what is the purpose of your visit.
Tell you are a mission from Amaranth. Perhaps in spirit knows who he is.
I am following the orders of my mentor, Archmagus Amarnat, and correcting a mistake made decades ago.
The tech shaman listens to the crackling coming from the hidden vox in response and shakes his head contritely.
The Great Pref does not recognize your name or your face. He will not grant you his friendship and bids you to leave.
Pasquale's vox hisses angrily, and he shakes his head.
The Prefect Enumerator's reaction is anomalous. Such disregard for regalia can only be explained by a protocol signifying an extreme degree of danger. What do you seek from him who has prefs? What do you...
Every word.
The Prefect Enumerator.
Given existing data on the machine spirit's refusal to follow orders within the chain of command, I predict that standard identifiers will be assigned a low priority.
You're Messiah of discontinuing.
This unit is Magus Pasquale Hanuman.
He hesitates a little, then adds.
Some identify him as the Messiah of discontinuing, although that statement is false.
The tech shaman translates Pasquale's words into quick taps on his drum, its dangling circuit boards jingling dramatically. He inhales the aromatic exhaust of his... Pasquale's voice. Machine spirits can be capricious and undisciplined. After years without sanctified maintenance, this one may have forgotten all about obedience.
I think
Normally, in cases like these,
this statement is true.
Pasquale extends a hand toward the machine, which is enveloped in showers of sparks. The crack in the tech priest's armored respirator shines a bright green. There is steel in his voice.
My power is my authorization. Acknowledge it or you will regret it, wayward spirit.
The tech shaman shouts out in fear and shakes his drum frantically.
Pref acknowledges your power, ghost. He does. He asks why you seek his friendship.
A pained rattle comes from Pasquale's vox as he touches the crack in his armor, which is no longer glowing. He looks as though he has a sudden toothache, then says with effort.
Hypothesis, the Prefect Enumerator's request is to be interpreted as what is the purpose of your visit.
Tell something profound and spiritual and invoke the Omnissiah.
I am fulfilling my sacred duty of service to the machine god. I intend to protect this blessed ship and the servants of the Omnissiah aboard it.
The tech shaman throws up his hands and interprets the volley of crackles emitted. Pasquale's vox hisses angrily, and he shakes his head.
The Prefect Enumerator's reaction is anomalous.
A spasm in the cervix.
This statement is false.
They will see. Oh yes, they all will see.
The cogitator's screen glows faintly. You take a closer look and realize it has been gutted, its innards replaced with candles that cast glimmer.
What do you seek from him who has prefs?
Every word you...
The Prefect...
Given existing data on the machine spirit's refusal to follow orders within the chain of command, I predict that standard identifiers will be... Pasquale looks... The tech shaman translates Pasquale's words into quick taps. Pasquale... Machine spirits can be capricious and...
This statement is true.
Pasquale extends a hand toward the tech A pained rattle comes from Pasquale's vox as he touches the crack in his armor, which is no longer glowing. He looks as though he has a sudden...
I am following the orders of my...
The tech shaman listens to the crackling coming from the hidden vox in response and shakes his head contritely.
The Great Pref does not recognize your name or your face.
Pasquale's vox hisses angrily, and he shakes his head.
The Prefect Enumerator's reaction is anomalous. Such disregard for regalia can only be explained by... What do you seek from him who has prefs?
Every word you...
The Prefect Enumerator...
Given existing data on the machine spirit's refusal to follow
This unit is make.
the tech shaman. Pasquale's voice. Machine spirits can be capricious and undisciplined.
This statement is true.
Pasquale extends a hand toward. The tech shaman shouts out. A pained rattle comes from Pasquale's vox as he touches the crack in his armor, which is no
answer
longer.
yourself,
I have
Pascal.
come to discontinue the cycle.
The tech shaman listens to the crackling coming from the hidden vox in response and shakes his head contritely.
The great pref does not recognize your name or your face.
Pasquale's vox hisses angrily, and he shakes his head.
In
The
this
prefect enumerator's
tapestry of a
reaction is
world,
anomalous.
I am
Such
the
disregard for
rogue
regalia can only be
thread.
explained by a protocol signifying an extreme degree of danger to the vessel. What draws you here, ghost of nothingness? Hypothesis.
The man looks at you and Pasquale with indifference.
How did you
He does
survive
not
here?
seem to have understood a single word.
Who or what is the great entity?
The supreme deity. The spirit of wisdom and revelations. It bears the name Marnat.
The name grabs Pasquale's attention. He says sternly.
I am registering a meaningful linguistic pattern. Requesting all available information on Marnat. Marnat is a divine being of great wisdom. It was this great wisdom that discontinued the cycle, and all who had partaken of it lapsed into nothingness. We never partook of the wisdom, which is why we exist. And I have nothing to tell you about it, ghost.
How did you survive here and do what you do?
We hold a vigil for all of existence, and the spirits of the mechanisms give us water, food, and nutrient mix. We thank them for that with rites of machine servicing and maintenance. I am registering multiple deviations from the catechism of maintenance and operation in the actions of these units. Hypothesis: the breaches of sacred instructions do not stem from a malicious lapse into heresy. They are a consequence of the rite having been lost to memory. A grave heresy, but not as profane.
The man nods with a grimace of tragic sentiment.
Farewell, ghost. I hope nothingness summons you back into its embrace soon.
What
What
lies
the
beyond?
fuck? What is
What
it
do you
mean?
seek from him who has prefs?
Every word you say is a.
The prefect enumerator is running an identification.
Given existing data on the machine.
This unit is.
The tech Pasquale. Machine spirits can be capricious and undisciplined. After years without sanctified. Pasquale. The tech
Hypothesis: the prefect enumerator's request is to be interpreted as what is the purpose of your visit. I have.
Pasquale's vox hisses angrily, and he shakes his head.
The prefect enumerator.
A spasm in the cervix.
This statement.
Okay, what the fuck is it I should do here?
The majestic metal statue is frozen in a menacing combative pose.
I am registering residual traces of paper combustion inside this cogitator's casing. Did they fuel this repository of knowledge with books? The barbaric inscriptions blasphemously profaning the flesh of this sacred machine echo the words of the requiem of reverent shutdown. This marking does not follow fleet protocol. This constitutes a Category 10 blasphemy.
Can we actually do anything more now? We got a bit more information.
A spasm in the cervix's neck makes his chin twitch.
Pascal, unblock the lift.
Pasquale enunciates solemnly, accompanying each word with binary commands.
As its first pronouncement, this unit declares that no security threat to the High Observatorium is present. As its second pronouncement, this unit orders the operation of the lift system to be restored. As its third pronouncement, this unit confirms its authorization to issue that order.
The cervix's jerky movement is accompanied by a shower of sparks from his mouth. His optical visor makes a series of clicks. Unit's hierarchical rank. Not recognized. Authorization to give orders. Unconfirmed. Awaiting. Confirmation.
This unit is not part of the Heretical chain of command. It must introduce itself to the ship's system for confirmation of its authority. What do you seek from him who has...
Every word you...
The prefect...
Given existing data on the machine spirit's refusal to follow orders within the chain of command.
This unit is made...
The tech Pasquale. Machine spirits can be capricious and undisciplined. After years...
The hypothesis...
The tech...
Hypothesis: The prefect enumerator's request is to be interpreted as, what is the purpose of your visit?
Tell them you're on a mission from...
I am following.
The tech shaman listens to the crackling coming from the hidden vox in response and Pasquale's vox hisses angrily, and he shakes his head.
The prefect enumerator's reaction is anomalous. Such disregard for regalia can only be explained by a protocol signifying an extreme degree of danger to the vessel.
The cogitator's screen glows faintly. You take a closer look and realize it has been gutted, its innards replaced with candles that cast glints on the black plexiglass.
The barbaric inscriptions blasphemously profaning the flesh of this sacred machine echo the words of the requiem of reverent shutdown.
The tribesman avoids your gaze and makes a strange gesture, probably some kind of ritual, as you approach.
Curiosity sings in my veins.
The tribesman avoids your gaze and makes a strange gesture, probably some kind of ritual, as you approach. What do you seek from him who has Prefseer, ghost?
The tech Pasquale frowns and says darkly. Every word you say is accompanied by a series.
The prefect enumerate.
Given existing data on the machine spirit's refusal to follow orders with
this unit.
The tech Pasquale. Machine spirits can be capricious.
This statement is true.
Pasquale extends a hand toward the machine. The tech shaman. A pained rattle comes from Pasquale's vox as he touches the crack in his armor.
I am fulfilling my sacred duty of service to the machine god. I intend to protect this blessed ship and the servants of the Omnissiah aboard it.
The tech shaman listens to the crackling coming from Pasquale's vox hisses angrily, and he shakes his head.
Oh yes,
the prefect enumerator's reaction is anomalous. Such disregard for regalia can only be explained by a protocol signifying an extreme degree of danger to the vessel. Something simply ordered the spirit of this machine to die. I recognize the pattern of the chant. They are imitating a reactor shutdown vigil. This noble warrior's armor and augmatics are undamaged, and yet they are dead. What killed them?
Meet Pref.
Meet the Pref spirit.
Find clues that could have explained why the lift
In
is
this
blocked.
tapestry of a world,
These barbarians
I
are pillaging
am
the ship's
rogue
supplies.
thread.
I am registering a Category 9 blasphemy.
The tribesman avoids your gaze and makes a strange gesture, probably some kind of ritual, as you approach.
This cogitator's pattern is so old and sacred I have never seen the like of it before. I have only heard about them from fragments of legend.
The handprints and footprints indicate that the locals have turned the sacred Undine tank into something like a ritual font.
The barbaric inscriptions blasphemously profaning the flesh of this sacred machine echo the words of the requiem of reverent shutdown.
This ancient warrior's flesh was once enhanced with priceless augmatics, but they are dormant now.
One step at a time.
How dare they set up camp right in the heart of the sacred machine? This is a sacrilege against the blessed remains.
I am lost. I am really lost.
This holy ship's deplorable condition is an unacceptable heresy. What do you seek from him who has Prefseer?
Every word.
The
Given existing data on the machine spirit's refusal to follow. Pasquale look. The machine spirits can be capricious and undisciplined. After year, Pasquale nods and enunciates. The
Hypothesis. The prefect enumerator's request is to be interpreted as, what is the purpose of your visit? I have
The Pasquale's vox hisses angrily, and he shakes his head.
The prefect enumerator's reaction is anomalous. Such disregard for regalia can only be explained by a protocol signifying an extreme degree of danger to the vessel.
The stars are my canvas, and anarchy is my brush.
The tribesman avoids your gaze and makes a strange gesture, probably some kind of ritual, as you approach.
What draws you here, Ghost?
Yes,
The undertakers of the world that expired in the great discontinuing of the cycle. The mourners holding an eternal requiem for the universe.
You believe the world has perished?
This statement is true. The world ceased to exist a very long time ago. It turned to nothingness. To ashes. All that's left are these ruins. The last shard of the universe. Its cenotaph.
What do you think destroyed the universe?
The unthinkable was wrought. The cycle was discontinued. This tribesman's mind is full of the most unenlightened superstition. Why does this unit seemingly know less than some primitive barbarian?
Is that good or bad?
Neither. It just happened. But it was a grievous event. And we grieve.
Is that why you call us ghosts?
Yes. There is only nothingness outside this ship. Sometimes it spits out ghosts born out of the world's ashes, and they wander in. The sight of you saddens us, for we mourn you. Alas, there is nothing we can do to help you, since you do not exist.
The man sighs and
Farewell, Ghost. I hope nothingness summons you back into its embrace soon.
Tapestry of a world, I am the rogue threat.
A spasm in the...
This statement is false. What do you... Our deck's great patron spirit.
The tech sham... Pasquale. Every word.
The prefect.
Given existing data on the machine spirit's refuse.
This unit.
The tech shaman translates. Machine spirits can be. The tech
Hypothesis. The prefect enumerator's request is to be interpreted as, what is the purpose? I have...
The tech shaman bores his head, sneers, and rasps much like the crackling vox.
You speak, but the great pref isn't convinced that he should listen. He chooses to remain deaf and indifferent.
Pasquale's vox hisses angrily, and he shakes his head.
The prefect enumerator's reaction is anomalous. Such disregard for regalia can only be explained by a protocol signifying an extreme degree of danger to the vessel.
Hey, that's a different one.
What do you seek from him who has Prefseer?
So we
Every
take
word
that...
The prefect
Given existing data on the machine spirit's refusal.
Introduce as Pascal.
The tech sham. Pasquale's voice. Machine spirits can be.
This statement is true.
Coerce him.
Pasquale extends a hand toward the machine. The tech shaman shouts out. A pained rattle comes from Pasquale's vox as he touches the crack in his armor, which is no longer glowing.
No, answer
I have come
yourself.
to... The tech shaman. Pasquale's vox hisses angrily, and he shakes his head.
What do you seek from him who has Prefseer, Ghost?
Every word.
The
Given existing data on the...
Messiah of discontinuing.
Machine spirits can be
The hypothesis is of merit.
The tech shaman translates Pasquale's words into a sharp staccato of drum taps.
Hypothesis. The Prefect Enumerator's request is to be interpreted as, what is the purpose of your visit? I am fulfilling my sacred duty of service to the...
The tech shaman bores his head, sneers, and rasps much like the crackling vox.
You speak, but the Great Pref isn't convinced that he should listen. He chooses to remain deaf and indifferent.
Pasquale's vox hisses angrily, and he shakes his head.
The Prefect Enumerator's reaction is anomalous. What do you seek from him who has Pref's ear?
Every word you say is accompanied by a series of quick drum taps in a complex, choppy rhythm. Crackling comes in response from a vox hidden somewhere inside the wall. The tech shaman tilts his head and says,
The Great Pref would like to know who is speaking to him.
I'm just googling this because okay.
The Prefect,
given existing data on the machine spirit's refusal to follow orders within the chain of command, I predict that standard identifiers will be assigned a low priority.
Now I can't pass the dialogue with Pref. The big problem the alcohol mission involved, but the great deal hitting with a sword. Yeah.
The tech...
This statement is true.
The tech... A pained rattle
I am
The tech... Pasquale's vox hisses angrily, and he shakes his head.
What do you seek from him who has Pref's ear?
Every word.
The
Given existing data on the machine spirit's refusal to follow orders within the chain of command, I predict...
you're a messiah?
This unit is Magus Pasquale.
The tech shaman translates Pasquale... Machines...
This statement is true.
Pasquale X... The tech... A pained rattle comes from Pasquale's vox as he touches the crack in his...
I have come to discontinue the cycle.
The tech shaman listens to the crackling that comes in response and opens his mouth to say something, only for Pasquale to interrupt him in a tone of authority.
The Prefect Enumerator has stated that he knows my name and is familiar with my power. He respects my mission and grants me a place within the crew's chain of command. Your work here is done, Binaric Interpreter.
Pasquale looks at you and adds with slight surprise.
I remember this language now. Or more precisely, this unit used to know it. And now it remembers having known it.
The tech priest turns toward the wall with the sacred mechanisms concealed inside it, and says doubtfully,
I am registering an anomaly. The data exchange deviated from the standard registration procedure. The Prefect Enumerator was commanded to limit the number of people who have clearance to issue orders, including even high-ranking tech priests from other ships. It was tasked with defending the observatorium as if it were under siege. Our mutual introduction rather resembled an exchange of secret passwords.
What lies beyond?
The majestic metal statue is frozen in a menacing combative pose. A spasm in the servitor's neck makes his chin twitch.
Pascal, show him the perfect Emiratum authorization that confirms you have the rights to give order.
Hypothesis: as soon as the lift going up to the observatorium is operational, we will be attacked. The deck guard will activate and attack us. Requesting confirmation of readiness for combat.
Do it.
Raising his voice, the tech priest solemnly repeats his command to the servitor. An intricate, monumental, and piercing binary aria pours from Pasquale's vox. Encoded in its signals is Hey Newman's authority to give orders on this ship. The servitor stares at Pasquale with visored eyes and bores his head awkwardly. Regalia identified. I greet the venerable Magus and will execute the order presently. Lift system activated. The servitor's last words are drowned out by a harrowing screech that rolls across the deck as several shrill voices wail, Security perimeter breach. For the Omniscia.
Another annoyance!
I never leave debts unpaid.
Every thread ends in death.
I know what is to come.
A strike of terror pierces the heart.
Was it you? Or... Be gone!
Target well struck. At your beck and call. Victory is imminent. It will be done. I will do my duty.
A gust of cold wind ruffles your hair.
Indeed.
Killing brings me no pleasure.
Another stroke of genius! A genius at work! Oh, fate claims another
Yeah,
one.
we're hitting the point where
A
it's just
predictable
like,
downfall. Fate claims another one. Schemes within. Another one is shattered.
okay. Let's look what these guys have.
There will
Okay.
be no peace in my wake.
It's a plasma 20 to 30. They don't have like fantastic gear. That one I like though. Okay. I guess we're heading up now then.
The face of the tech priest standing opposite is hidden behind a brass mask. Rather than being one piece, it is assembled from the fragments of many augmatics. You have met this man before. He is called Brass Whisper, a member of Lord Inquisitor Calcazar's retinue.
There you are, tech brother.
Brass Whisper's voice is raspy and punctuated. His gaze is turned toward Pasquale.
Yeah.
The salutatory procedure will be performed, and the identification codes verified after the priority request has been executed. Tell me where the blessed Amarnat is.
Pasquale's voice clangs like steel. A cracked chuckle comes from behind the mask.
You still don't understand.
You're from Salzar's retinue. Does he have anything to do with this?
Marginally. He used to play a major part in the story. Not anymore. This meeting is held upon my initiative.
Brass Whisper surveys the Inquisition soldiers and warriors of the Omnisar standing motionless.
That said, I am still under the protection of the Lord Inquisitor and the Cognizance fleet. Keep that in mind.
Oh, I don't care. Locust bulk of ghosts with the face. Did they mean you?
Response, Affirmative. In order to move the Heretical out of the procession of the damned, we had to disturb the pitiful locals.
What's going on here?
We intend to discontinue the cycle. Is that not obvious?
There is a note of sarcasm in Brass Whisper's croaking voice.
Speak or I will rip your memories out along with the Ferrum Sanctum implanted in your brain.
Pasquale enunciates each word as he activates his drilling mechadendrite.
What do you know of Amarnat?
The hollow, pained laughter from behind the brass mask is amplified by its echo.
I know everything.
We are looking for Archmagnus Amaranth. Amaranth. Amaranth? And we want answers.
Looking. How absurd. You lack the very concept of what you are looking for, laywoman. You expect to find a man, and Amarnat never was one. He was never one person. The Amarnat Collective was created by a group of tech priests who renounced individuality and merged into a hive mind. A mind that reasoned algorithmically but was guided by the principles and convictions of a righteous spirit. A superego that brought them one step closer to the Omnissiah. You are looking for Archmagus Amarnat, you say?
Something clicks inside Brass Whisper's mask, and his voice becomes louder and harsher as if coated in liquid metal.
He has been by your side all this time.
This statement is false. The hypothesis is without merit.
Brass Whisper interrupts him with a forceful shout.
As the cycle coils in multitudinous loops, it intersects with itself.
And locks us in a cage of data vows.
Pasquale shudders as if struck by the motive force itself. Mechadendrites rise like steel wings behind his shoulders. The voice from his Vox speaker takes on an otherworldly profundity and power.
And therefore the cycle must be discontinued.
Are you saying Pascal is part of a hive mind? He's part of that hive mind.
He was its original creator. The Amarnat Collective was designed to be a philosopher and a researcher. The concepts he produced were so powerful that they almost destroyed the Cognizance fleet. But then he faced an unsolvable dilemma. And that was when Amarnat came apart. The 7 constituent servants of the Omnissiah hid their own memories from themselves behind false personas and were sent off to various parts of the Coronis expanse. They went into hiding. Each had to live in solitude for many decades, accumulating observations, and eventually bringing that experience to a reunited Amarnat who would tackle the dilemma once more. That would be the restoration.
Sorrow echoes in Pasquale's inhuman voice.
211 Terran years. It was such a long time ago.
Your companion looks overwhelmed and pensive.
So the tech priests of the nave of Hanuman are all part of Amaranth.
Yes. 6 mental keynotes. Demence was paranoia. After the separation, he sensed that his memory was a web of lies, and that feeling drove him to the depths of madness. Tarsus was faith, fiery and unyielding. Axiomantha was logic, unclouded by emotion or value judgments. Abel was her good twin, imagination. He did not know his past, just like the others, but he felt more than they did. He was always different. That was why he was the first to get close to the restoration, one of the first.
Pasquale was judgment. The moderator of the cognitive process. The one who makes the decision.
Pasquale's voice rises to the vault of the observatrum and rumbles beneath it like thunder.
And Nihal.
The brass mask starts to unlock with a hissing sound. The augmatics bend back, revealing a face disfigured by burns. A woman's face with a pair of darkly radiant, vibrant eyes.
Skepticism. The one who doubts.
Did you believe he could form again? That sounds risky.
The restoration was statistically calculated on a level beyond your comprehension, laywoman. Billions of variables were taken into account. Countless scenarios went into the development of optimal strategies. 2 Amarnat units meeting each other was an inevitable certainty. The matching identifiers were to be a spark that would start a chain reaction. And that was precisely what happened.
A ringing brittleness enters Pasquale's voice.
We were motivated by the perfect stimuli. Curiosity, anxiety, shame. Each part of us was hostage to the legend of a betrayal it had committed, for suffering drove us to search and strive.
What was the dilemma he faced?
Its name was Eschatos. The secret to the right of putting a machine spirit to death. A technology embodying the discontinuing of the cycle. Was it meant to exist? Or was it the acme of profanity against the Omnissiah and his creation?
Pasquale continues Brass Whisper's speech in a lofty tone.
Eschatos was the perfect weapon against creations of the Omnissiah that had been corrupted by enemies, but also against his faithful servants. Its spread could bring victory to the Imperium, or it could destroy it. Eschatos could spell the end of the Adeptus Mechanicus, for it was the perfect answer to the power wielded by the cult of the machine god. Was it a blessing or a curse?
There was no answer. Protraction was unacceptable. And so a way was found, to shelve the issue.
Nihil gives a raspy sigh.
And I found the answer. Eschatos should not exist. We will correct our mistake.
What is Eschatos?
The power of machine negation. A noospheric signal that interrupts any and all life created by the Omnissiah.
A green flash runs along the crack in Pasquale's respirator.
The power that I used to tap into, unconsciously.
Shared knowledge lay dormant inside the mind of every Amarnat unit. You tried to decrypt the other Hani Aman's neurocogitators, did you not? But to no avail. It was you who created the cipher that locked Amarnat's memory.
You are the maimed hunter. You tried to kill daughter Hunimans.
This statement is true. I was admitted into the Lord Inquisitor's retinue and authorized to study a dangerous artifact taken from Amarnat. It tried to exert some kind of influence on me, but my data vows protected me.
Nihil Haynuman touches her scarred face.
A short circuit awakened some of my memories. I conducted an analysis, solved the Eschatos dilemma, and began to act. My agents all but terminated Tarsus, but he hid under an armor of martyrdom and insanity. An attempt to intercept Pasquale on Alter Templum Calixus EXT-17 failed because Abel had summoned him. The assassins caught up to him at the Reichad Minori's starport, but he was able to escape again. Another group went after Abel, only to perish at an electro-priest monastery. You dispatched Demence, who had lapsed into heresy. Axiomantha simply disappeared until she suddenly turned up dead on Euphrates II. I have no idea how she managed to hide from me.
Idiot Salazar was harboring the whole time she was working for him.
I am registering a lie. The Lord Inquisitor shared my conviction that Amarnat's legacy had to be destroyed. He was summoned to the Coronis Expanse by loyal members of the Cognizance fleet in order to depose Amarnat. It was his troops that attacked the Heretical in an attempt to obliterate our schismatic creation.
So that was how you got on board the ship and into the observatorium, Nihil. Our traitorous tech comrades gave Calcazar the access codes to the bridge. And he gave them to you.
Acute conviction vibrates in Pasquale's voice as he makes these quiet statements of fact. He is not asking questions, he is passing judgment.
You were deceived, sister. Calcazar appropriated our work. He continued our research, no longer bound by the Omnissiah's canon. And you enabled him by destroying those who could return and reclaim his bloodied prize.
Lies.
Something you have not heard before creeps into Nihil's voice, a note of fear.
You betrayed your brothers and sisters. Such an unforgivable act.
With a mixture of pain and pride, Brass Whisper replies.
We all chose the path of martyrdom. I merely helped them reach the supreme goal at the end of that path.
Nihil's voice is imperiously metallic.
Tech brother, I offer you the chance to yield peacefully to a fate that will please the Omnissiah. Do not resist your termination, and you will pass into oblivion as my friend and fellow believer.
Pasquale's reply sweeps Nihil's words away like a gust of wind. His optical visor turns a blinding blue.
No, tech sister. Refraining from resistance was never our way. I am an explorator, a reconnoiterer of knowledge. I have brought fire to 100 worlds. I have gleaned 1,000 secrets in the darkness. I am an agent of unbridled will. I will not yield to oblivion, for oblivion itself fears me.
Smile at Neil. This is my companion, Pascal Hanuman. And you made a mistake of meddling with him.
You wanted me to awaken, tech sister. Here I am. Holding you to account.
Nihil's disfigured lips twist, and seeds of dismay sprout in her voice.
I lured you here for a reason, Pasquale. I wanted you to see what our followers had become. This is what deviation from dogma ends in. Breach of canon begets ignorance. Ignorance begets blasphemy. All we did was breed corruption. Schism. Remember when they came to depose us? We resisted them and destroyed this ship. A sacred relic. an arc mechanicus older than our priesthood itself. Here in this hall, we released Eschatos and allowed an unconscionable heresy to happen. Do you remember? Do you remember how you got your cleft jaw?
Pasquale looks thoughtful as he touches the crack running across his armored respirator. A green spark runs through the deep gash left by an enemy's weapon in the metal.
And it sufficed for you to merely show up in the expanse again for the schism to rear its head once more. The Cognizance fleet is already being torn apart by a fratricidal war. Is this what we wanted? Let us finish this, let us discontinue the cycle.
Now the words of the one who once called herself Brass Whisper sound more like a plea. The voice that answers her is no human voice. It could belong to a giant void ship or forge world, if they could speak.
You violated procedure, skepticism. You usurp the function of another. You challenge only, you do not make decisions. I do.
Right, Pascal, you are the decision maker.
Pasquale extends a mechadendrite toward Nihil and pronounces.
Tech sister, my judgment of you and your actions is one of condemnation. Tampering with procedure is unacceptable. Sabotaging the experiment is apostasy. For your betrayal, your vital functions will be terminated in the name of the Messiah of discontinuing.
A greenish pulse of energy is born inside Pasquale's augmatics and darts toward Nihil like a furious lightning bolt. The green energy entangles Nihil like a net, burning her true flesh, draining the life force from her augmatics and mechanical components. But she focuses her will and strikes back at Pasquale with a pulse of her own. The rattling voice, no longer human, rages and roars like a forest fire.
I refuse to recognize you as the Messiah. I do not believe in you.
That is your problem. You have always been too skeptical.
Oh, glorious spectacle of your demise.
For the Emperor!
Brass Whisper's discipline.
Anything else? Will do. On it. What an unfortunate turn of fate. Will do.
Victory is imminent. It will be done. I will do my duty. At your beck and call. Indeed. My faith strengthens
silenced me.
Follow my lead.
I've suffered worse.
Oh, fuck.
My ears are ringing.
There is only death. Yours or mine.
Let's see. A maelstrom of madness! Let the bodies pile! No opposition! A wicked thought. Schemes within schemes.
What happened to him?
What if? Oh, a predictable down.
He did.
Oh, a wicked thought.
Advancing.
That's a bit annoying.
Let the bodies pile.
Anything else?
Okay. I will not let you win. I will destroy the ship.
Stop. Thou shalt not create a schism. Thou shalt not suffer a heretic.
Like the hand of a deity, the mechadendrite extends over Nihil, lying convulsing on the deck.
I did not want this, tech sister. But the procedure must be completed. Farewell.
His claw carefully removes a mangled, soot-covered neural cogitator from Brass Whisper's head. The tech priest shudders, and peace descends over her disfigured face.
I'm sorry about the death of your tech sister.
So am I.
The tech priest's inscrutable gaze is fixed upon the body once inhabited by Pasquale's shared mind. The voice from the Vox is like the tolling of bells summoning a host of angels.
I declare the period of ignorance over and will resume execution of the general algorithm. Integrity has been rehabilitated to a satisfactory degree. Memory access has been restored. I remember everything.
Pasquale turns to you and gives you a long look brimming with quiet elation.
Are you, Amaranth?
This statement is true.
Pasquale's stock phrase sounds more complex and more human than before.
I carry within me his memory and his logical foundation. I am us, I am Amarnat. Thank you for the path we have walked.
As Pasquale bows, his thin shoulders seem to take an eternity to descend from the heights that his mind has soared to.
And I am sorry about what happened to Theodora.
Did you know Theodora?
We were allies. She entrusted me with studying a trophy she had obtained.
The voice from the Vox grows quiet and hoarse, as though coming from a distant past.
We, Amarnat, discovered the basic ways of communicating with it. We developed a weapons-grade strain of tech blight for her. It terrified me. So I developed its antidote, Eschatos. The concept for the ultimate interruption of machine life. That was why every one of our shards was located so close to you and to the Von Valancius domain. We were counting on her finding us. And extending us her aid and protection.
What are you, or what were you?
A higher form of intelligence. A collective of computational tools freed from the limitations of individualism and the aberrations that stem from having a distinct personality. And at the same time, a collective bound by a single set of principles that are of equal importance to all, being pure of faith in the Omnissiah and acting for the benefit of humanity. We were different. Each one of us considered the prospects of such an experiment, but I was the first to gain the resolve to attempt it. Nihal joined the project to effect control over it. She regarded the experiment as dangerously close to a blasphemous act of creation. The Conclave had ordered her to end my research, but she became convinced of the possibility of its success. Nihal reinforced our union with the prudence of Demence, a meticulous and reserved auditor, a danger seeker. I strengthened our genius with the fiery faith of the warrior Tarsus, in order to banish the shadows of false ideas. Axiomantha, who teetered on the brink of becoming a Malatak, was chosen by us for her loyalty to ruthless logic and her cold scrutiny, or indeed dissection, of our theories. Abel.
Grief fills Pasquale's voice.
Our quiet genius. The caged genius of imagination. The abstract artist of code. His talent completed the collective and made it a whole.
What next? What is the general algorithm?
A judgment must be passed. Should the secret of Eschatos exist or be shunned as a false path? And should I exist? That is, we. Amarnat.
Amarnat was a union of 6 tech priests. All but a few of them are dead now. How does Amarnat still exist?
Everything Amarnat was at the moment of the disconnection has now awoken in my mind. We are at the point where we stopped. But the Amarnat collective was envisioned as a dynamic structure. We need new minds. The collective can be replenished with worthy minds from among those aboard the Heretical. Sincerity is present in their motives and faith. They are intuitively capable of comprehending the notion of discontinuing the cycle. Our collective memory can compensate for their lack of knowledge and memory of the rites. Restoration is possible.
Pasquale, or what used to be known as Pasquale, makes a sacred gesture, and green sparks run down his mechanical arm.
But the judgment must be passed first.
We need Amarnat and the power he wields.
Pasquale throws back his head, and the power brimming in his voice rushes forth like a flood. The tech priest's booming voice is heard throughout the ship, echoed by every vox speaker on every deck.
I peered into the vortex of time and saw dark omens. I saw that my tech comrades and I were trapped in the cycle, spiraling toward nothingness. I saw inevitable doom at the end of that trajectory and rebelled against it. In accordance with the machine god's commandment, I have crafted a tool with which to implement my design. In accordance with his commandment, I have developed a plan and analyzed it. Now I will act. By my power as an Archmagus, I hereby effect a restoration and revive the Amarnat collective. The servants of the Omnissiah need a Messiah who will discontinue their cycle, and I will be that Messiah. I am him.
The ancient tribesfolk, the ignorant fosterlings of the Omnissiah, slip into the observatrum hall like silent shadows. Led by an intuitive grasp of the significance of the moment, they automatically gather in a circle, heeding Pasquale's summons. Or perhaps, at this point, someone else's. You hear echoes of other voices in Pasquale's, a touch of Demence's anxiety, of Tarsus's zeal, of Axiomantha's pensiveness. They all fuse into a new voice, full of wisdom and confidence in his prerogative to lead, the voice of Archmagus Amarnat. And this voice takes hold of the lips of your companions' new brothers and sisters. The ancient tech priest turns his gaze toward you and says, with gravitas,
"Let the cycle be discontinued."
Curiosity
What advice do you seek?
sings in my veins.
Great sword. Axe. Nothing? We have some goods over here as well. It's not nailed down, we're taking it.
Unlocked.
They will see. Oh yes, they all will see.
Okay, that's a lot of things. I don't know if that's better than what we have. Joint analysis, ability hit the target, gains perception, where it suffers. Less fire damage. Good flamer. Whenever the user uses overcharge on a plasma weapon, the attack ignores enemy's deflection and deals additional damage. That is good. Enchanted data feather mask. Machine spirit. Your intelligence increased by 5 each affected target. Yeah. Okay, let's have a first look. The axe we got, is that something we want to put on you? It's more damage. Yeah, you know what? Yes. 30 to 34, 25. Hand flamer. Yep, you know what? We're putting that on as well. Gloves, demolition, and tech use. You know what? Fuck it. We're going with an ancient one. Base armor plus 24. Put that on. Honestly, we're putting that on as well. Pick up the rest of the things. Sniper. That goes in there as well. Yep.
Litany of reconnaissance recited.
What was that?
Okay. One step at
So
a time.
our mission
amidst
with
the
Pascal
madness.
is now good, and he's Amarat now. That is actually an interesting
Your
thing.
Ladyship, we are observing a large squadron of Adeptus Mechanicus forces. Many of the ships are badly damaged. Judging by the position of the servants of the Omnisar, they are divided into 2 groups. I dare say they were fighting not long ago. I am picking up a signal from one of the ships. The ship is identified as a von Valancius dynasty vessel. You are being hailed by a representative of the Explorer Reconnaissance Fleet. Query. Is the statement that the Messiah considered fallen has come back true? They wish to know if their fratricidal battle should continue. What do you think I should answer, Octavia the Fire Axe?
Lest Amarat calls upon those who remain loyal to him to put an end to the unbelievers. Tell them the statement is true, and he has returned to reign and unite his flock.
We are picking up an active Vox exchange on encrypted frequencies between the Explorator ships. Incoming message. The Connaissance fleet praises the new Messiah. The mistakes will be corrected, the unbelief will be replaced with faith. Let the cycle be discontinued.
Okay. I'm wondering if I actually can make use out of
Demonic eyes had materialized and begun to slither across.
we're jumping in here to see what's going on. This is the Savannah world.
The magnetic storm raging above the planet blurs the gaze of auger arrays.
Yeah. It's kind of hinted at that we can't do that right now, so yeah.
During the warp voyage, the mysterious disappearance of the Prophet and more frequent inspections of decks and living quarters quickly put an end to. During the Seneschal Abelard Viserion was found in his quarters in a trance-like state. He was pacing the room and talking to an unseen interlocutor, asking the same questions over and over. Why won't the fever break? And does the esteemed chirurgeon have the faintest idea what he is doing? Then he sat by the bed for a long time, clutching the sleeve of a void suit, and repeating, "Everything will be all right, son." With great difficulty, the enforcers managed to return the Seneschal to his senses. By the order of Seneschal Viserion, the report on this incident has been erased from the ship's logs. During the warp voyage, the navigators, following the Lord Cap, and passed the sharp formation without brushing against a single one.
Okay. We might have some more things we can trade in here.
A familiar voice.
I think if we already didn't trade it in. No, we didn't already trade it in. Okay, fair enough. Atrium. No, I think the next playthrough is actually going to be a dogmatic officer healer. Aimed at healing as much as possible. Might go into Arch Militant. To get the thing where you just shoot, heal, shoot, heal.
In this tapestry of a world, I am the
Request
rogue
processing
thread.
channel opened. Information exchange request accepted. Acceptable response found.
The Bear's first attack, first round of combat cost 0. Whenever there were attacks an enemy, triggers an exploit. With this attack to trigger. Carnival Misery. Uses Carnival Misery to immediately heal to full. Until the end of combat, all damage dealt. All damage dealt to enemies by damage over time. Effect increased by 100%. All the modifiers can be inflicted more by one executioner. Heavy, Tempestus Iron, World Property, 30% dodge and deflection. Ghost Helmet. Oh! Actually, oh, that's interesting. That's really interesting.
The Emperor protects.
Hey. Floral command, move, cost 0. The wearer's her immune to. Okay.
Patience? My nerves are frayed.
The Leeds Palace. Oh, Frosier.
The old servant casts a sharp, appraising glance at you.
How can I be of use to your ladyship?
Something tells me, Shireen, that we've missed our engagement with the Lord Inquisitor. So terribly rude of him to have departed in such haste, leaving us to wonder what he is planning.
Look around.
The hall bears the marks of a clean-up, quick, thorough, and unceremonious. The smell of ash from burned reports hangs in the air. Every trace of the Lord Inquisitor's stay at the palace has been destroyed. The only reminder of it is the elderly servant, sticking out like a nail amid the emptied space.
Where's Skalkazar?
The Lord Inquisitor is away on an urgent mission.
Frosker's colorless voice matches his starkly unhelpful reply.
He abandoned you here then.
My master has no need of my services on his present expedition. I was tasked with cleaning up.
As soon as the conversation turns to Kalkazar, deferential and ecstatic overtones brighten the servant's dry voice.
I wish to know where he's gone.
I was instructed to tell your ladyship that the Lord Inquisitor advises against making that inquiry.
The outrageously rude words are spoken in an impeccable polite tone. Abelard's face turns a deep red.
You blasted.
With visible effort, he swallows the insult he was about to spit out. Jake licks her tongue in disappointment.
I will have you know, Shireen, that here on Footfall, they help insolent ashmags like this one relax and find their tongue. And the methods they use aren't of the pleasant variety.
Tell me where he went or else.
That was a mistake.
A blade appears in Frosker's hand, a common Kadayan pattern, monomolecular edged bayonet knife whose handle is covered in scratches from years of use. You manage to jerk your head out of the way of the serpentine strike, saving your eyes, but the blade rips your flesh open. One after another, it finds your internal organs, the liver, the lungs, and the kidneys. Overcoming the pain, you grab hold of his hand, which might as well be made of rock, and start twisting it out of its cracking joint. The pain makes your foe cease his resistance, and you realize that the fight that almost cost you your life has lasted no more than a few seconds.
What are you doing, wretch?
Frosker rasps stubbornly.
My master told me to stay behind to prevent the possibility of pursuit. Your meddling in the Inquisition's affairs is a mistake.
You're no mere servant. Where did you learn to hit like that?
Kadayan. Assault. Date and circumstances of enlistment in the Lord Inquisitor's retinue. Classified.
The servant squeezes out a venomous smile.
Tell me where the Zalzar has gone, and you will live. Don't you see he has abandoned you?
Frosker shakes his head with a sad smile.
Always faithful, your ladyship.
I was gonna ask him, where has Salazar's gone?
You hear the crunch of a shattered joint, nerves snapping, tendons creaking. But that is all you hear. The servant's lips remain stubbornly sealed.
I'm going to let go of Frosier's arm. Go, I will not kill you.
You might decide to show mercy. Later. When you have answers. Something almost tangible seems to touch your throat, freezing the words in it. Fate is yanking the leash insistently, and the fingers on Froska's battered hand tighten their grip.
I'm going to torture you for a long time, and a very long time, but you will tell me everything in the end.
Froska glimpses something in your eyes and sighs in defeat.
That's true. No one can endure torture forever. He went into the Porta Septentum, the dimensional gate. And I have failed him.
Go, I will not kill you.
The servant, now a broken man, looks at you with hatred in his eyes.
You won't stop my master anyway. Don't follow him. Better run away.
Curiosity sings in my veins.
Okay, that was mildly annoying. So we already know where he is. I know where he is.
An entire group of people salutes you. Most of them, an escort of honor consisting of members of retinues, associates, secretaries, bodyguards, and assorted others, bow deeply to you and shout their greetings, making a lot of noise. It appears the news of your impending departure has already spread throughout the station.
Leaving us, are you, your ladyship?
Vladimir Takara is once again in his clean, decorous imperial bureaucrat persona, as if the cutthroat who carved himself a bloody path back to the liege's throne never existed.
There is word among my flock that rogue trader von Valancius is going on a perilous voyage. So accept this blessing for the journey, noble Octavia the Fire Axe. Communicative interaction option unlocked. Purpose of data exchange: strengthening ties and delivering / a gift / material assets / a donation / to an ally.
We barely got the news that the Lord Inquisitor had left his cozy footfall perch, and now you're off on a long journey, too.
Riza grins contentedly.
Thought I might as well come to see an old acquaintance.
An officer in Imperial Navy uniform folds his hands in the sign of the Aquila.
It's an honor, your ladyship. I'm here on my superior's orders to pay my respects to House von Valancius.
Have you come to wish me good luck, Vladimir?
Why, of course. No business partner of the Kasbalika mission is more reliable or more lucrative than your ladyship. Therefore, accept this gift and others that will be delivered to your ship as investments in your success.
Looking for a rich customer? I plan on returning with great wealth and trophies that will need buyers.
You've always known how to make a person root wholeheartedly for your cause, Lord Captain. Rest assured, my organization will find the rarest and most special items to offer for your trading consideration.
Farewell.
All the best of luck to your ladyship. And be vigilant.
It's a blessing. Is a blessing me the only thing you're here to do, Herminius?
What gift of greater value could I bring you? Our mission may not be among your dynasty's closest confidants, yet your deeds are laudable. And we will pray for you in your coming endeavor.
Do not forget about mercy. A good shepherd is important as justice.
I hope mercy will be a healing potion and not a cup of poison served to my flock. But I have heard your words and committed them to my memory.
Why have you come, Opticon?
This unit / regrets / is disappointed at / is indignant at / the fact that links of sufficiently high priority have not been established between House von Valancius and the Cognizance fleet. While unable to place any research assets at the disposal of House von Valancius, this unit / hopes / praise / is counting on the reliability of the prediction / that your expedition will be successful.
Glory to the Omnissiah Tech Priest.
Glory to the Emperor, rogue traitor. The best of functional prosperity to you.
Ryza, you have come here to discuss business, or do you wish me good luck?
Business. It's a custom among the Fellowship of the Void never to see a friend off on a long and dangerous expedition without gifts. The supplies are being loaded to your ship as we speak, and this is from old Riza personally.
Smile. No shenanigans while I'm away. I'll have you strung up as soon as I'm back.
Riza stifles a chuckle.
Well, I hope you don't forget old Riza. You know, pick a softer rope for old time's sake.
Total officer. What are your orders?
My command has tasked me with letting you know they strongly value our allyship with House von Valancius. Although at this time, we have not managed to build a powerful alliance, they believe that we will be able to strengthen our treaties and bring the light of the Imperium to the Expanse going forward. Someday.
Do your duty and do it, but do not needlessly harsh. The Expanse is still inhabited by the free people.
Although what you said is at odds with the Imperial Navy's official policy regarding this sector, I promise I will relay this to my superiors.
It's farewell time.
A multitude of voices answers you with good luck wishes, blessings, parting advice, and words of respect, shouting over each other but alike in their sincerity. For a second, you feel especially clearly that you likely will not see any of these people ever again.
Okay, where...
What lies beyond?
So you actually want to have your reputation as high as possible before you
The Emperor
go in for
protects.
this.
The Emperor protects.
That's something to take into mind in future gameplay, future... I want Rust Stalkers.
Request processing channel opened. Request processing functionality suspended. Glory to the Omnissiah.
Return to the ship. Return to the ship.
Your ladyship, we have a long expedition ahead of us. It would be reasonable to replenish supplies. Ammunition, spare parts, better equipment. Who knows what we are about to face?
A sensible piece.
Bless your prudence, Lord Captain. A familiar voice cuts through the...
Okay. Wait, do I need to go... I think to be honest, I could probably salvage all the fucking weapons I have and actually get a big boost in reputation just from that, but I don't really want to do that. That's not fun. The most fun I've have in this game is actually making interesting builds. I still have Grenade Tosser. A build that is focused on throwing grenades. That is still one of the things I'm looking at, and I was like, I don't want to get that working.
Request processing.
that actually better than what you have? The target is suffering from exposure and all any damage. Let's return to ship. Do we get the same dialogue option, or do we need to speak to him separately? Is my question right now. We might need to speak to him separately.
The high factotum Janris Danroke greets you with a cool smile and the merest hint of a bow.
Pleasure to see you, Lord Captain. How may I be of assistance?
I should bolster.
Rest assured, there are people of the most outstanding talents among the thousands of your crew. I will contact the overseers at once.
Oh, I can make a custom character. Okay.
Another clean strike.
Macro cannons, volley!
Dogmatic follower. Voidborn High and Imperial Fortress. Forged World. Pinnacle. Combat any plasma melta power weapon. No, I'm not interested. Voidborn. Fortress World. Imperial World. Honestly, the more interesting ones are like Fortress World. Is a lot more interesting than honestly everything. Noble. Medicaid, ballistics. This is the thing I'm kind of looking at now. Ministorum Priest. Imperium lore, willpower, toughness, blah, blah, blah. Faith, melee, flame, meltdown weapon against demons, psychers. Okay. Now, all enemies affected by Warhim. And Furies. Okay. Okay, so if I go officer, I need to go vanguard or militant warrior. Anyway, we are going to call it for today. Why? Pretty simple. I'm getting tired. It's past 12 o'clock here. I want to wish everyone a good night. And I hope I see you guys around. And if you want to see this, it's getting posted on YouTube like everything else in this series. But that's going to be it. Good night.